Good evening. I'd like to call the September 26th meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee to order. Just a couple of administrative items. Our committee is governed by Robert's Rules of Order, and as a result, one of the things that we do is take public testimony, so hopefully everyone who has an interest in speaking for or against any item on the agenda, or just registering for or against but not wishing to speak. Thomas is holding up the sheet of paper over here. We need to have you register, so we make sure that we call on you, so you haven't come down here waiting for an opportunity to talk and the item goes past you. So if you have an interest in getting your oar in the water, either to testify in person and or have us read off your name with your position on the agenda item, make sure that you've registered. If you're going to testify in person, we have quite a few people here this evening, so we have a speaking limit of 3 minutes. Assistant City Clerk Verbeek has a very annoying clock with a beeper on it, so when you hear it go off, kind of wind it down quick, and if you have more to say, then just wait, and we'll see if any member of the committee would like to make a request to give you some additional time to talk. But in order to keep it fair for everyone, we'd like to keep your comments as close to 3 minutes as possible. For those of you that might be speaking on the same issue, certainly listen to what the other speakers have said and lead off with whatever you have that's different to make sure that you maximize the use of your time. Okay. So, have we got any notices of absence?
Yeah, Fletcher and Alder Beater Seeloff have both notified absent.
Okay. So 2 members will not be here. So with that, why don't you call the roll?
Thomas Bia?
Present.
Donnelly?
Present.
Grady?
Here.
Hill?
Here.
Landgraf?
Here.
Skidmore?
Here.
Revere?
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum and we are in official session. So the first item on the agenda is approval of the August 15th, 2018 minutes. Anyone have any adjustments to those? Questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve? Second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second to approve the minutes as distributed. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, minutes are approved. Do we have anyone registered for general public comment?
Nope.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is disclosures and recusals. Sometimes members of the committee might have a conflict of interest with particular agenda items, so we like to have that identified at the beginning of the meeting, so when that agenda item comes up, if a member of the committee is going to refrain from participating in the discussion, everyone is aware that that would be the case. So at this point, does anyone on the committee have a conflict with any of the agenda items? Okay. We do not. So the next item is the presentation of the consent agenda. For those of you that have not been with us before, we look through all of the agenda items and identify those that are not controversial, more administrative in nature, and we collect all of those together on what we call the consent agenda. There was a copy of it on the table when you came in. So what we were going to do now is go over the list of what's on the consent agenda. There will be some discussion between committee members on either adding or subtracting an item. So if your agenda item is referenced on the consent agenda and it stays on the agenda, or if an item that isn't on the printed agenda is added, be sure you pay close attention to that, because those items are all going to get approved as one motion. So you would be done with your motion at that point in time. So We don't like to have you sit through the meeting waiting for your agenda item to come up. We pass it over, and you find that an hour ago you could have left. So we'd like to have you stay with us, but if you have other places to go, that's something you want to be mindful of. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Verbeek to very quickly just read through the agenda item number and the name of it so that you can get a flavor for which agenda items we're talking about.
Sure. Recommend council to grant change of agents. It's supposed to be 8, and right there it says 7, but that's supposed to be 9. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Request to extend license issuance beyond 90-day limit under MGO 38.05. 21, 22, and 23. Change of license premise number 26. And public hearing new licenses 31 and 33.
Okay, so those 14 items are on the consent agenda. Any requests to take one off or put one on? Mr. Donnelly.
I've got 2 things. First is a clarification on what we got here. It lists item number 7 for Quick Trip's change of agent, just confirming that that's actually item 9.
It is, yep.
Okay. And second one for item 31. Is Mr. Kiefer here? What's your middle name? Okay. Nothing else. Thanks.
Okay. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the representative of the Ho-Chunk Nation a quick question for item 26. So with the indulgence of the committee, I would like to do that as part of the consent motion rather than having them wait all evening. Hi. Hi, could you identify yourself, please?
I'm Eric Lincoln. I work at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
Very good. So my question was, in your application, which I'm sure is not controversial, as we are anticipating it will be, it's just not clear to me in your description of your proposed change of premise what exactly the purpose of the additional premise is. Is it an outdoor patio?
It's an outdoor patio, so our guests can go outside and have a drink while they have a smoke.
Okay, so it's an outdoor smoking area,
Yes.
patio? Okay, very good. That's what I assumed it was, but whoever completed the application never explained really what it was. That's what I guessed, though. Thank you very much. I have no objection to including that on the consent motion.
Any other? Mr. Verbeek.
I'd recommend adding number 6. It's a change of agent to the consent agenda to place on file. I think it's one that came up in July when I wasn't here, and it's where the agent has been is died after the application was submitted.
Oh, yeah.
And I know they won't have to pay a new license fee to change it, but I mean, we'll have to make a whole new legislative file. So I think it'd just be better if we filed that legislation item.
So you want to add number 6, and then the action would be to place it on file?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any other consent agenda adjustments? Okay. With that, then I'm going to ask Mr. Verbeek to go through and read them again, the consent agenda item number and the description of it to make sure everyone is clear as to what's on the agenda.
Sure. Proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting September 26, 2018. Recommend council to grant number 8, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc., DBA Quick Trip 965. Number 9, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc., DBA Quick Trip 960. Number 11, change of agent, Ultimate Mart LLC. Number 12, change of agent, John Q Restaurant Inc. Number 13, change of agent, CMWI Associates LLC. Number 14, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc., DBA Quick Trip 958. Number 15, change of agent, Red Robin International Inc. Number 16, change of agent, Inc., DBA Quick Trip 952. Number 21, request to extend license issuance beyond the 90-day limit under MGO 38.05. Friendships are the best ships, Inc. Number 22, second request to extend license issuance beyond 90-day limit under MGO 38.05 IO Arcade Bar LLC. Number 23, second request to extend license issuance beyond the 90-day limit under MGO 38.05 Encore Adventure LLC. Number 26, change of license premises, Ho Chunk Nation. Number 31, public hearing, new license, Portillo's Hot Dogs LLC, 3505 East Town Boulevard, Class B beer. Number 33, public hearing, new license, May Rose Madison LLC, 614 North Fair Oaks Avenue, Class B combination liquor and beer, and recommend council place on file. Number 6, change of agent, Bonefish Grill LLC.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So
Move.
moved.
Okay, and second? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so all of those items were just approved. If one of them was yours, you're free to leave or hang out with us. So that then takes us to item number 1 on the agenda, which,
Skip to the interpreters.
oh, yeah.
10 is the first. 10 would be 10. And 18.
Yeah, and then 18. We have, the committee has a practice of moving agenda items to the top of the agenda if we have a city-provided interpreter here on the clock, so to speak. So we like to move those along as quickly as possible. There are 4 items that will have an interpreter. Items 10 and 18 we'll take together for Lalo's Restaurant, and then item 25 and item 27. So the first one will be item 10 and 18, Lalo's. Do we have anyone registered?
Yes.
If you're here for Lalo's, you can step up and have a seat.
Actually, I don't have any registrations from Lalo's.
No one registered. Okay.
Rachel Moran. Rachel?
Everybody waiting downstairs? Everybody know or not know that it's here?
There's a
Did you
sign.
Did you have contact with them? Were they?
I mean, I sent the contact to all people who were supposed to be here, but I haven't heard back specifically that they would be here.
Okay. All right.
Can you just say the name of the person just to make sure? I don't know. If
You've got it right in front of you.
is that okay if I
Sure,
say it?
absolutely.
Is Raquel Morales aquí? Okay. Thank you.
They certainly didn't misunderstand your pronunciation. They would have misunderstood mine. So. Okay, what's the committee's pleasure?
Move to refer those 2 items to the
Sec-
next meeting?
Second.
Motion to refer items 10 and 18 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 10 and 18 will be on the October meeting. That takes us to item 25. Have anyone registered for
We do.
La Escondita?
25?
25. La escondida.
Hold on. Okay, we have the applicant, and then I think there's. Yeah, that's what there's one that nobody put in the- Sorry.
Okay, we have 4 registrants, the applicant, who we'll talk to first, and then we have 3 citizens who have also registered to weigh in on the agenda items. So we have an interpreter, so why don't you tell the committee who you are, and then,
Can I swear him in first?
you're gonna.
Oh, sorry.
And then, and then your applicant, and then as soon as you do that, Mr. Verbeek will sign you, or swear you in.
I'm Interpreter Victor Delgado.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you affirm that you accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do.
Okay, señor, diga su nombre.
Okay, and would you,
Ana Jessica Torres.
Juana Jessica Torres. I am the owner of La Escondida Mexican Grill.
Okay. So would you ask the applicant to tell the committee what she would like to have us?
¿Qué es lo que usted quiere? O sea, ¿qué es lo que está buscando?
Estoy queriendo cambiar las horas,
I'd like to change the hours.
si es posible para ustedes. Ya cumplí, el 3 de octubre cumplo los 14 meses que me pidieron.
And October 3? October 3rd, I have complied with the 14-month that you asked me to do.
14 meses.
Cuando empecé a agarrar ese negocio, lo empecé en julio 28 del año pasado.
Because when I took over the business with July 28th of last year,
Y como les vengo contando, tuve fraude 2 meses después. Me enteré que la licencia era vendida.
so then I found out there was fraud because the license had been sold. This is 2 months after I bought the place.
Y mi vecindario me pidió 1 año de prueba. Ya lo cumplí. Quisiera que ellos dejaran
¿Cuántos meses?
el año.
And the neighborhood asked me to comply with a year, which I've done.
El capitán y los representantes de la comunidad
Captains and the representative of the community,
me pidieron estar durante ese año en probatoria
Yeah,
para
sí.
ver si exactamente hacía lo que ellos
to
requerían.
be like in probation for about a year to see if I've been complying with everything they asked me to.
Lo único que pido es que no tomen en el pasado los negocios que han estado ahí,
Just
sino
don't
que
cons-
tomen este año que yo he estado ahí.
Don't take in consideration what happened like before I took over of the business, but not from when I took over till now.
Por favor.
Please.
Okay, well, thank you. Questions of the applicant by members of the committee? We also have Alder Carter here, who probably wish to say something as well. Captain Friedman, any comments?
My counterpart from the South District, Captain Valenta, is here, so I'm guessing between her and the Alder, they may have some
Okay,
thoughts.
I see some neighbors here too, Tom.
yeah, I've got those registered. Any questions of the applicant while she is at the microphone?
I'll have questions after I hear the other people.
Okay,
No, yo voy a hacer preguntas, pero después
all right.
que hable el capitán.
Well, then why don't you take a seat in the audience? We'll bring up the other three registrants, and then we'll hear from Alder Carter and the South District Captain, and then we'll have the applicant step back up. So, Dan Zerger? So introduce yourself and then give us your 3 minutes.
Okay, Dan Zerger. It's been extremely peaceful having this establishment close at 10 o'clock. We lived through a nightmare years ago of being woken up 3, 4, 5 times a week in the middle of the night. And we do not want to return to that. Now, there's proof that closing a restaurant at 10 o'clock in our area can be extremely successful. Taqueria Guadalajara closes at 10. Famous Dave's closes at either 9 or 10. El Pastor's usually closes at 10. These restaurants have all been in the area a long time, and they've obviously proven that you can be successful closing at 10. I see no reason why this place cannot also do that for the sake of peace in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. We may have some later on, so if you just kind of hang around till the agenda item is dispensed with. So second is Kevin McGettigan, if I pronounced it right. I do apologize ahead of time to any of you. I'm very good at mispronouncing names, so if you hear something that's reasonably close, that's probably who I'm trying to get in touch with. Kevin.
My name is Kevin McGettigan. We had a subcommittee meeting of the Brams Edition Neighborhood Residents Association, and we have a letter that I can provide you, and basically, we would like the property there, 1817, 1821, the recommendations for current and future use to, we like that there's a restaurant. We think the laundromat's of value and some of the other things that are happening there, but we want it to operate in daytime and early evening hours. So again, the 10 o'clock close across the board has been successful for other restaurants with alcohol sales, and our purpose is to provide guidance of what we'd like now and into the future, and that's signed by Cheryl Robin, who's representing the Brams Edition Neighborhood Association. There was input from quite a few people on that, so I wanted to say that. We live right behind the establishment, and my wife and I wish Jessica well. There is concern about the management of the property, though, even over the summer. Many times, parts of the restaurant, the seating that was put out on the street at the wrong time. You know, I tried to call the streets to clean it up. The streets said, no, it's at the wrong time. So, you know, for a whole month, we saw all these big pieces of furniture and stuff along the side of the street, along with other cans and trash and what have you. And then it got picked up. Building and inspection, Marla Rawls ended up giving them a fine. Milton Management looks over the property. Sharif Saeed's involved with this. It seems like management doesn't seem to care during the daytime. There seems to be much drug activity in the lot. And there's been problems at different times. So it seems like keeping the operating hours in the light during the day seems to be less problematic. And so after finally the first bunch of different restaurant seating and equipment was taken out, right after large stuff was picked up, another batch was put out. So for a whole month this summer, it was really a drag that it felt like the street was trashed. So I don't know if that's because the management, if Saeed didn't tell the other managers like Jessica and that, how just regular trash pickup is done. But with so many businesses, so many managers, it seems like the place shouldn't have so much garbage around it and stuff. So we just like it to be peaceful, family-friendly, all hours for everybody. And we're up for a successful restaurant, but we'd like tightening up of what's going on at that business site there and the restaurant area that's involved in that shared space. So I could submit this from the
Yeah, would you
subcommittee.
maybe hand it to Captain Friedman, and he can pass it around to everybody. Thank you. Juana Jessica Torres?
Oh, that's who.
Oh, that's, okay. Sorry about that. And then I have,
Sorry, I didn't sign in.
is this yours? You
Yeah,
didn't
that's
put-
for me.
Okay. I need to have you put your name on it, so
Yeah.
after you finish.
Yep.
So why don't you tell us who you are?
Okay, my name is Henry Robin. I live in Brianna. Been there for 28 years. 3 times now we've had people come to us and say we want a restaurant. We would like to sell alcohol on a limited basis. This is 3rd time now that they've wanted to morph that restaurant into a bar. Twice we've allowed it, and we've had numerous police calls and problems in the neighborhood. We're asking that it please stay as a restaurant with reasonable hours. Now, people are not going to be walking in off the street as a family restaurant at 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night looking for food. They're coming in because they want to drink, period. And we're asking the ALRC to keep the hours reasonable for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have anyone else who is registered to speak. If anyone is here who wants to, you can fill out some paper. No one. Okay. Alder Carter and Captain Enta? So why don't you just, for all of the thousands of Madisonians that are watching, just introduce yourself so they all know who's talking.
I am Alder Sherry Carter of District 14.
And I'm
You don't have to press anything.
There it is.
Paige Valenta, Captain of the South Police District.
Good evening.
And I'm going to actually start out with Captain Valenta.
So one of the issues at hand that I think should be considered before expanding the hours of the establishment is a current eviction stipulation that is in place concerning Ms. Torres and the restaurant at 1821 South Park Street. I have a copy of that if you'd like to bring it forth. This was filed in Small Claims Court on September 11th of 2018, and it is Milton Rental LLC, which is the owner of the property, versus Ms. Juana Jessica Torres, who is the defendant. And I'll just read very briefly the eviction stipulation. It is agreed and stipulated by the undersigned parties as follows. The current back balance is $3,400. The defendant agrees to pay at least $900 by 9/14 of 18 and $2,500 by 9/26 of 18. It goes on to state that if the defendant fails to comply with any term of the stipulation, the plaintiff shall be entitled to a judgment of eviction without further notice to the defendant. The plaintiff shall file an affidavit of default with the clerk of court's office no more than 30 days after the default, specifying the stipulation term or terms violated, and shall obtain an immediate issuance of a writ of restitution to Sharif for removal from the premises. And this was signed by the Court Commissioner Scott McAndrew. And I believe it also contains the signatures of the represented parties. I did speak with Mr. Sharif Syed today, who owns the property, and I spoke to him by telephone. He told me that he did receive a check from Ms. Torres on 9/14 of 18 for $900, and that check did clear. But he has yet to receive payment of $2,500 that is due by today. So I think that it's important to know that this eviction stipulation is in place before expanding the hours, as it does create some concerns about an eviction in the very near future if it comes to fruition.
So with that information, I feel that we should probably refer this until we know whether or not the balance is being paid. We won't get, I won't get notification other than the property owner notifying me that the balance has been paid. But since there is an eviction stipulation on record, and maybe Attorney Zilovey can give the legalese, because I can't. But since it's on record, I think that at this time, extending the hours would be moot.
Mr. Donnelly.
I move to refer to next month's ALRC meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second to refer this agenda item to our October ALRC meeting. Mr. Kano-Spina.
Just for discussion, if there is no appetite in the committee to extend the hours, can we just decide that we're not going to extend the hours and not move it? Like, based on all this information, it doesn't seem. Why are we postponing if there's a majority of the members that feel that we were not?
You're
gonna
the
have
expert. I will abide by your advice.
That was just a question to the committee for the motion.
I think Alder Skidmore.
I'm a little confused, and I'm wondering if the eviction notice is germane to our reviewing one or the other. changing the terms, it's not midnight yet, so the check might come through. Is that correct? Depends, right?
Yes, I suppose it depends on whether or not the check comes through or whether or not the landlord takes a forbearance action and doesn't actually move ahead. But the landlord has the right, without going to court at this point, to request the writ.
Mr. Donnelly.
I think the point was that since this establishment might not be there in a month, that there wasn't a point to spending time on this now, but having heard Mr. Cano Espina's point, I think that we should vote against the motion I just made and make a new one to place this on file. Oh, fair enough. I would like to withdraw my motion. Mr. Grady?
I withdraw my second.
Excellent.
Okay, were you, I'm sorry?
It's withdrawn if there's no.
That's correct. Yeah, so the motion, we have the maker and the seconder have agreed to withdraw the motion, so we now are without a motion and open for discussion. Assistant City Attorney Zilvey.
I just wanted to add as well, it's not, to add that we've been dealing with this address since 2005, and we have...
I thought even earlier.
Yeah, and we have consistently heard from the neighborhood that anything other than a restaurant, anything after 10 o'clock is disruptive to the neighborhood. And, I mean, at some point, it's time to put that to bed, and I think now would be a good time.
Further discussion. Alder Skidmore.
Move to place this on file.
Second.
Okay, motion is second to place the motion on file, or agenda item on file. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Then we are, let's see, on item 27, Cuckoos. Thank you very much, Captain Valenta and Alder Carter. Okay, we don't need to swear you in again, but why don't you have your have the applicant introduce himself.
Mi nombre es Oscar Zaragoza, el nombre del restaurante Cuco's Mexican Restaurant.
My name is Oscar Zaragoza, and the restaurant is Cuco's Restaurant.
Okay, can you explain what they would like the committee to do?
27.
Oh, lo que pasa es que me pusieron 3 meses de castigo
Well, I was given a sanction like for 3 months
para cerrar a las 12,
to close at midnight,
la barra a las 12.
to close the bar at midnight.
Ya se cumplieron esos 3 meses
So the 3 months are up.
y quiero ver si ya puedo abrir normalmente.
So I just want to know if I can open now, like normally.
So what are the hours that you would like to be open?
Del domingo a jueves,
From Sunday to Thursday,
11 to 9.
11 to 9.
And Friday, es viernes y sábado de las 11 a las 2.
Those, Friday and Saturday from 11 to 2 o'clock.
So, yeah.
Hey,
Questions of the applicant? Mr. Donnelly.
I actually have a question for the translator.
Yo tengo una pregunta para el intérprete.
You said that the sanction was to close the bar at midnight?
¿Que el castigo era cerrar el bar?
No.
No.
No, fue un castigo más.
Well, there wasn't
Simplemente
like a...
fue como un acuerdo con
It was more like an agreement
Agreement así de cerrar a las 12 para 3 meses.
to close at midnight for 3 months.
Sure. This is not a question for the applicant. This is a question for you. I want to make sure that you translated correctly.
That's correctamente.
So my question is, the sentence was close the bar at midnight. Was that correct?
Medianoche? Yes. Oh, the question was directly to me.
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So it was definitely bar, not restaurant.
Pero era el bar, no restaurante.
Ya, el
Thank
bar se cerraba a las 12 y el bar, la cocina sigue abierta hasta la 1:30.
Yeah, the bar was closed at midnight, but the restaurant kept going hasta
A las 2.
till to 2.
Mr. Kano Espina.
I just want to make a clarification that
Verificación que
closing the bar doesn't mean that this business is acting as a bar. Sometimes when you say closing the bar in Spanish, it's just closing selling of alcohol. It is not
Thank
the
you.
bar. So just
Gracias.
culturally speaking,
Thank
I can understand that. I can understand where your bar, like, yes.
Thanks, Fernando.
Other questions of the applicant?
preguntas que tenemos.
Okay, well, we don't have any other, I'm sorry, Mr. Kano Espina.
So I'm just reading the rules
Que las reglas
or the
o las
restrictions that we have in here.
restricciones que teníamos en
It says that they need to close at for 90 days at midnight.
a medianoche.
But in here, it also says that after the 90 days period, if the police district
Si la policía no
is okay, then it can go up to
seguir
1 a.m. Is that what you're asking? To go to 1 a.m. only, right?
más hasta la 1,
Just basically follow what these conditions say.
siguiendo esas
Sí,
condiciones que dice.
si todavía está esa condición, está bien.
Yes, well, if that condition is still in place, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I would like to ask the police district
Voy a pedir
and the elder if we have had any issues
algún incidente.
to follow this.
I talked to Captain Snyder, and there have not been, he has not received any complaints since,
No issues?
right. So he doesn't have a problem with
Él no tiene ningún-
extending it to 1 a.m. per the agreement.
So do we have to make a vote, or is the condition already in it? Do we have to
Yeah.
do anything? Or do we just say that just continue with this is a question to the committee or to the attorneys? Do we have to, because it says in condition 3, it says, this is what you have to do. If nothing happens, then you go to 1. So I don't know if we need to do any changes.
Alder Furman is here as well, so perhaps.
I'm sorry.
Very different item.
My bad.
Given the wording, it would probably be best to just, if it is your opinion, to approve it.
Entonces, si es su opinión.
To approve,
Yes, just to
go to the
ratify.
second level of condition 3, something like that?
O sea, que no se haga nada. Sí.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
No, también.
I move to extend the hours to be open until 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Second?
Okay. Motion and second to extend the hours to 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Alder Skidmore.
Do we have to make any reference to the condition of changing the condition in addition to doing that?
No.
Like lifting the condition or, just not sure.
I would say as provided in the license.
Provided.
Okay, so you'll add that. Okay. So the motion is to extend the hours on Friday and Saturday to 1 pursuant to the
Viernes y sábado,
conditions in the license.
las horas.
Further discussion? Alder Revere.
Thank you. I believe, and this would be a friendly motion, but that we should further extend the next review date to our December meeting, since we're a month behind in our review of this item. So, if you look on page 2 of the license in our packets, It says that the next review would be at the November 21st ALRC meeting. That should be December to allow for the full 90 days or so.
I see the maker and the seconder agreeing with that, so Mr. Verbeek, can you make that adjustment as well? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes. We'll see you in December.
Ya, pasó. En
Thank you.
diciembre.
Gracias.
Okay, that then takes us back to our regular order. Oh, Alder Furman, yes. Number 28, Alder Furman. Let's see, who do we have here for 28?
Looks like we have one more for interpreter.
Victor thinks he has another one.
One more for the.
Victor, do you have another client?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Number 34.
Number 34.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The husband's here.
All right. Then we'll take item 34.
¿Cuál es el nombre de usted? Yo lo entiendo nomás. Que diga su nombre y el restaurante que representa.
Mi nombre es Elizabeth Secua
My name is Elizabeth Secua,
y vengo a La Brasa.
and I'm for La Brasa. ¿Y qué es lo que le estás pidiendo aquí a ellos?
Ok, estamos pidiendo la nueva licencia aplicante de nuevo
We're asking for the new license, like a new applicant,
para cerveza y licor.
for beer and liquor. I guess that's it.
Okay, perhaps she could just briefly explain her
En breve.
her business and the hours that she wants to
Okay.
operate.
Las horas que va a ser el horario, o sea, ¿está abierto o qué?
Usualmente estamos abiertos de 11 a 10.
¿11 de qué, de la mañana?
Sí, de 11 de la mañana a 10 de
We're
la noche.
usually open from 11 a.m. hasta 10 de la noche, to 10 p.m.
Y los fines de semana, antes podíamos abrir un permiso para de 11 a 2.
De 11 a 12. And then on the weekend, I was given permission to open like from 11 to, ¿qué era? 12? To 12. Oh, to 2, sorry. 11 to 2.
The agent is Jose.
Okay, Alder Revere.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Could you explain what your role in the business is?
¿Cuál es tu función en el negocio?
Bueno, mi esposo es el dueño.
Well, my husband's the owner.
Okay.
Yo soy su
So Jose is
And
your
I'm his wife.
Jose is your husband.
Jose es tu
Okay.
esposo.
Did you speak
Yes.
with me on the telephone a few weeks ago?
¿Hablaste conmigo hace un par de semanas por teléfono?
Sí, Elizabeth Secua.
Yes, Elizabeth Secua.
You did talk to me. Okay,
Hablaste
that's what I
conmigo.
thought.
Sí.
Yes.
Your English language proficiency was excellent in our conversation.
Yes,
Gracias.
thank you.
So, if I could just review for my colleagues, because to bring them up to speed, A La Brasa has been open since 2012, and they changed ownership, and Elizabeth could correct me if I'm wrong on the dates, but they, I believe, then changed ownership in 2013 or 2014.
¿El año del 2013 o 2014?
Sí, que fue mi esposo José
No,
Vicente.
2013 o 2014?
2013.
2013.
Thank you, 2013. And the reason why they are here for a new application is simply because there was an error in the filing of their renewal application. They have not, correct me if I'm wrong, but you haven't quite figured out why your accountant didn't send the paperwork into the city clerk's office, but it was simply a paperwork issue with the renewal application, correct?
¿Correcto eso?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And then when we spoke by telephone a few weeks ago about this, you had told me that you would have no objection to continuing the conditions that are currently on your alcohol license.
Sí, correcto.
So if I could just review those with you. Thank you.
Yes,
So the main one I just wanted to talk about is what time alcohol sales would cease. You already explained to us that you close the restaurant currently, and I think you're closed on Sundays
Ahorita los domingos sí estamos
currently.
cerrados.
Yes, on Sundays we are closed now.
Okay, but in any event, there is a current condition, I shouldn't say current because your license expired June 30th, but on your former license, alcohol sales were required to cease by 10 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday.
Del domingo a miércoles.
And as you know, then alcohol sales were allowed until 2 a.m. in the morning, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Viernes y sábado.
Is that correct? That's your understanding?
De lunes a jueves hasta las 10
Monday through Thursday till 10,
y viernes y sábados
and Friday and Saturday
hasta las 2.
until 2.
Very good. Well, that sounds even better to me, that because I have a lot of constituents that live above your restaurant. Although I never receive noise complaints, I'm happy to report.
Y nunca se han quejado ellos, así es que
So you have no objection to your license condition saying alcohol sales must cease by 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday,
de domingo a jueves tú no tienes problemas que cierre a las 10.
No tengo
and
ningún
2 o'clock
I have no
a.m.
problem.
Thank you. And 2 o'clock a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Viernes y sábado.
Very good.
Yes.
And then the other ones, the other conditions, just to review with you, please, are that you must meet our legal definition of a restaurant,
Que tenés que ver la definición legal de un restaurante.
that there shall be no amplified sound or music on your outdoor patio,
O en tu patio hacer música fuerte.
No tenemos nada de eso.
No, we don't have anything like that.
and that any other specific requirements of your patio license must be followed.
De tu patio se tiene que seguir esa regla.
Sí, solamente hasta las 10 tenemos permiso.
Yes, well, we only have permission till 10. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Así sigo las reglas.
Mr. Kano Spinach?
No, no
you have a
questions.
question?
Alder Burrito did everything.
Other questions of the applicant? Okay, hearing none, do we have a
I'm
motion?
prepared to make a motion. Did you have any input, Captain Friedman, at all? Or no?
I also spoke with the applicant by phone and didn't have any issues based on the past practices and the continuation of the conditions moving forward.
Thank you. And if it's in order, Mr. Chair, I would move to grant the Class B combination liquor and beer license with the following conditions. The establishment must meet the definition of a restaurant pursuant to Madison General Ordinance, Section 38.02,
Es el número del estatuto.
at all times. That no outdoor amplified sound
Un sonido amplificado
is permitted.
patio que sea permitido. Y
The establishment must
tiene que
follow
seguir
all specific zoning conditions
instrucciones.
as to the patio use,
Ese es el uso pues, del patio.
and that alcohol
Alcoholes bebidas.
service
Servicios de bebidas.
must end by 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday,
De domingo a jueves,
and by 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Viernes y sábado. Eso es lo que él está diciendo que él está bien.
Second.
Okay. Dice que sí. Entonces,
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I must apologize, I lost track of two folks who had registered to speak on item 34.
okay. ¿Alguien iba a hablar?
So
¿Están ustedes? Support or
they're both in support. One available to answer questions. That would be Jose, how do you pronounce the last name?
Sequa.
Sequa. And James Charney?
James. Yes.
Okay. Okay, and both in support.
¿Tienes cartas o no? Ya no.
If I could mention to Mr. Charney, we do appreciate your written correspondence. We do have a copy of that in our packet. Thank you for that, and thank you for being here tonight.
¿Esto te lo dio quién? La persona de la...
Any further questions?
Oh, yes, he was just indicating that he just has a letter here from, I guess, somebody from the library, and you can...
Y este es un vecino de nosotros también, que vive
And
detrás.
another letter just addressed to whom it may concern, from the speaker team of assemblies.
Could you...
You could submit those for the record,
those around.
Victor. Thank you.
Why don't you just start them over there and they can pass them through here. Great.
Oh, it's fine. Jim can start with them. Thanks, sir. Yeah, after you read them.
Okay, motion and a second. No further questions of the applicant. Anything else you would like to say?
No, sería todo.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Okay, and we do not have anyone else with the interpreter, so that then takes us back to the beginning of our agenda, at which time we review.
Alderman Furman.
Oh, Alderman Furman, yes. 28. We are going to move to item 28 right now because we have an alderperson here who has another place to be, which is not unusual for alderpersons who get scheduled to be in multiple places at multiple times. So we have...
I will say, I do know that Assistant City Attorney Zillivi wished to be present for this item.
I'm not sure.
Thank you for checking and seeing if she's in the hallmark.
Okay, and mark clear. Yeah, okay, so this must be our applicant. Huh? Okay, Mohammed? Okay, why don't you have a seat, introduce yourself, and tell us what you'd like to have the committee do.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mohammed Hinnawi, and I've been in Madison, Wisconsin for the last 30 years. I've been managing a restaurant for about 28 years. My current restaurant, I've been managing it for the last 9 years. I applied for the license for entertainment. My customers been demanding for me to work more hours for the license. They want to have party, but we can't do party without getting the license. That's why I'm here.
Okay, questions of the applicant?
I think there will be questions after we hear
Yeah,
from.
I think so. Okay. We don't have any questions right now, but we have several other people who are going to speak. So why don't you just have a seat, and we'll probably have you come back up and answer a few questions. Okay. So we have one registrant in opposition, Mark Clear.
Good evening, everyone. It was a little strange to have to register, but for those of you who may not know me, I represented District 19 for 11 years until last month, and Alder Furman is here to talk about what has happened since then. But I love the Nile Restaurant. I think it's a terrific operation and a real asset to the community, but I'm opposed to the entertainment license primarily because of the location. The Odana Road corridor has had a long history of problematic entertainment licenses, specifically restaurants that then expanded into entertainment and then had difficulties of one kind or another, from shootings to general unrest to all kinds of problems. And one by one, they all were either their licenses were revoked or they went out of business for other reasons. And so I think that just because of that context, I can't see that this would be any different. And so because I have that 11-year history going back to, in fact, even Alder Skidmore represented part of that area before the last redistricting, and had some of the same experience, that there has never, in my experience, been a successful entertainment license in this corridor. And so for that reason, I would much rather see Nile continue with its current operations. Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Clare? Okay, I'm sorry. Alder, or Mr. Kano Spina.
Thank you for almost making me an alder.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm necessarily an upgrade.
That was quick.
I can recommend the other transition.
And this will, so do you know if this business with this particular entertainment venue, which is very Latino entertainment venue, has there been a lot of issues with this particular entertainment venue, with this business? I know you talked about in Odana and in the neighborhood there has been some.
Mm-hmm.
Is this business operating with a lot of problems, or is there an entertainment venue that could happen there?
As far as I know, the business is currently a restaurant, so they close at 9 or 10. There is no entertainment. And the history in the corridor has been that restaurants operate well, then they get an entertainment license, and that's when the problems start.
So this business does have entertainment?
No, not currently. Correct? I mean, they don't have an entertainment.
Not licensed to do it, but they are doing it. So that's one of the concerns that I have. And that's why I wanted to know if they are doing it in their problems, then we should definitely not give it to them. But if they are, I don't want to reward people from doing something without the proper permission. That's also in my mind. But I wanted to know if they are doing it and there is no problem, is there a way that we can create entertainment that is done correctly across the city of Madison? That's just...
Well, I can't speak from direct knowledge. I have certainly heard rumors and stories that they have been operating as a nightclub or with entertainment without a license. In my opinion, that would be an immediate disqualification. You may have a different opinion, but I think that I can't trust an organization to operate within the law if they've already been operating outside the law.
Thank you.
Assistant City Attorney Zilovich.
I think everybody got a copy of the letter from Alder Furman regarding a meeting that we had with the owner of the Nile and Olegario Rodriguez regarding the entertainment license. And I don't know if the committee remembers Olegario from Sol Azteca. But it was a very odd meeting, and I'm not sure whether the owner of the Nile is the one having the entertainment or if it's Olegario having the entertainment. And the security plan that was attached to the application was concerning to me for several reasons. They said they were going to have Madison Metro security. They're not licensed, so I don't know really what their qualifications are. The plan states that Metro Security and its employees will have full authority to manage the agreed-upon plan without interference. They'll have the sole authority to eject patrons, and they will have complete control of music sound level and shut-off time in the absence of Nile management. So there are several elements of this plan that, to me, indicate that control of those things will not be with Nile management, but with the security company. And not only can you not pass over control to somebody else by ordinance, it's just a bad idea business-wise anyways. So, and again, I think the fact that they have been, well, they're, if you look through the email, they're promoting a nightclub there. And have been doing so without a license. And I don't believe somebody should be rewarded with violating the law with being given a license, so they're no longer violating the law.
That wasn't a question for me, right?
Pardon me?
That wasn't a question for me, right?
No.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Clear? Okay.
Thank you.
And Alder Furman is here. We've mentioned your name a number of times, so welcome. I think this is your first meeting with the ALRC.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to
Glad
be
have
here.
you So do you have some comments about
Yes, I wasn't sure if I was going to be here this evening, so I did submit a letter beforehand and also some evidence. I was really undecided about this application. I had spoke to former Alder Clear about this as part of the transition, and he informed me of the issues with entertainment licenses in the district previously, and that was definitely concerning, but I certainly didn't want to punish the applicant for other people's behavior, and so I had a very open mind to this application. We did hold a neighborhood meeting, and it didn't have that much attendance because it is in a residential area, but we did have some commercial commercial businesses that are near this restaurant come, and they weren't unsupportive, but they weren't supportive of it. They just had some concerns that what would this do to the area. What was really kind of uncomfortable about the meeting, in my opinion, was the way the application license was explained. The applicant talked about just simply wanting to stay open to 2 o'clock because families were asking him to do so. They wanted to be able to reserve tables and possibly get mariachi bands, and it was very specific, which I found out afterwards, had to do with how licensing works, which is they wanted to be able to do karaoke but allow people to control it. And when it was asked, are you looking to do anything more than that? It was like, nope, we just have some people that want to sometimes bring in some live entertainment or do karaoke with those people controlling it, meaning the customers controlling it. So it was sort of just this uncomfortable explanation on what they wanted to do, in my opinion. I had heard rumors that they were operating a nightclub and did a Facebook search and found that sure enough, there is a page with videos of a nightclub going on there, and there is lots of advertisements that I provided as part of my letter showing that they have been operating a nightclub. And have not heard any complaints about that, but I don't believe that an applicant that is breaking the law should be given a license to fix that. It looks like the nightclub stopped right around when they applied, so I don't believe they've been doing it since they've applied, but it's certainly not part of what they were licensed for.
Questions of Alder Furman? None? Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for stopping in. Further discussion? Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. Thank you, I think, Alder Clear, former Alder Clear, in bringing this up. This brings back some very disturbing memories of my early years on the council. I think the first time I ever sat in on an ALRC meeting, Alder Brewer was still present, and there was a club that was applying for a license, and I remember Tim mentioning, he said, "You're going to regret this," and those words stuck with me. We did regret it over a long period of time. This application leaves me very uncomfortable. I can't see how I can support it. On its face, I agree with current Alder and former Alder of the 19th District that this is very concerning to me. This is a problematic corridor. Not only did we have problems with the one club, but the club that followed, and there have been other problems there too as well, but I'm not going to hang my hat on denying this based on what might happen. There's a track record here, and I feel comfortable accepting the testimony and request of the former and current alder, so I can't support this.
Mr. Kano Spina.
So, this is more of a comment for anybody the millions of people who are watching this and online. If you are thinking about doing entertainment or business, please come and ask. Please follow the rules. Please do it the right way, because I assure you there's people here who want to make that happen. If you do it the wrong way, it is very difficult to help you make that happen. Even if you're not having problems, even if you're doing it good, in a place where there's not a lot of neighbors, in a place where there's not a lot of noise complaints, it will be difficult to help you. This place is breaking the law right now, and it will be bad of us to allow them to have a license and reward that. So I completely support denying this license based on that.
Further discussion? Alder Revere?
Could we have the license holder come forward one more time? The alcohol license holder and the entertainment license applicant? And I think it's important that the committee send a clear signal to him that any future entertainment is unlawful. I don't know if it's appropriate having the prosecutor do that. I mean, there might be a future prosecution in this matter, so you might be even more acquainted with one another in the future, but would you be comfortable explaining
Sure.
to...
That is a
Thank
good
you.
point. If you have live entertainment in the future without the appropriate license, you're putting your alcohol license at risk.
Yes, I know that.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, of course.
And so you don't plan to offer the entertainment that you did in the past?
No. After we find out we shouldn't do it entertainment without license, I stop it right away. So that's why we call and apply for the license. When I find out we have to have a license.
Were you working with Olegario at that time?
No, he just come helping me for how to manage things. He have his own at that time.
Right. I mean, he knows about the requirement for the license.
Yeah, that's why I've been asking him, because he have more experience than me with the license.
So you do understand, though, that no more entertainment,
No,
live
yes.
entertainment?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further questions of the applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need a motion?
Yep. Ready for a motion?
I move to deny as contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Okay, motion and a second to deny the license application. Entertainment, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Jessica. 25. See the waiting there.
Okay, so
Do you want to ask if they want the matter reconsidered? I know. Reconsider. Victor, do they wish to have the matter recalled?
Yes, well, I guess she just needs
An explanation? Oh, okay. Do you want, I would I would move to formally reconsider agenda item number 25.
Second?
Okay, motion and a second to reconsider 25.
I think it's just for the
Discussion?
purposes of an explanation of what we
I think it's just for purposes of an explanation. Mr. Donnelly?
Do we need to reconsider in order to answer some questions from the applicant?
Legally, yes, I think so.
Steve, what do you think?
I think you could return to the agenda item and discuss it without necessarily having a motion.
Okay, very good. Okay, fine with me.
Okay.
Solo para aclarar, es que no entendí.
Just to clarify, which I didn't understand,
¿Esta decisión ya es definitiva? ¿Las horas no van a ser otorgadas?
so this decision was, where it's not gonna, where the hours are not gonna be granted?
Yo ya pagué mi cheque el día de hoy.
Because I
Ese era
paid
el
it.
acuerdo de mi.
The check, that was the agreement to pay today.
So es por eso que yo tenía la duda.
So that's the reason I have, was concerned or doubt.
That was not the reason. That would have been the reason why we would refer, but not the reason why we voted the way we did.
Lo del cheque, no. No era la razón.
So the hours are not granted. Sorry, can I speak? Is that okay? The hours are not granted.
No se te otorgaron las
Ahorita no. Ajá.
No, they're not granted,
No se te otorgaron.
and that, and I don't want to speak for the committee, but I believe that the reason was because the community, the neighborhood, is requesting that is a restaurant that closes at 10 p.m. That there were many people from the community saying that. I think that our attorney said we have had issues with this location, not with you particularly, but the location where the neighborhood says we just want a restaurant at 10 p.m. We don't want 11, we don't want midnight, we want 10 p.m. So at this moment, today, the decision was 10 p.m. Of course, in the future, you can always come, but you need to know that the neighborhood is saying we only want 10 p.m.
Queremos 10 de la noche, es lo que está diciendo el barrio, la comunidad.
Okay. Yo regresé porque el barrio me había prometido
Well,
que después del
I
año
came back
me daban. Pero
Because the
está-
neighborhood said that if I came back after a year,
Pero está bien, gracias.
So I will say, talk to the neighborhood, get support, and then come.
apoyo de la vecindad y luego vienes otra vez.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So, that takes us back to item number 1 on the agenda. The next 5 items are operator license reviews, and for the benefit of the operators that are here and others, when someone makes an application for an operator's license, it's reviewed by the police department. We have a series of criteria that the police department will use when they're reviewing the application, and if any of those criteria are not met by the application, then we pull the application aside and notify the applicant to come chat with us. So that's what's happened. So 5 applications were removed from the last batch, and those will be the 5 operators that we'll ask to come forward. So the first one is Matthew Lauman. Okay, did I pronounce that correctly?
Lauman? Yeah.
Lauman, okay. Captain Friedman is responsible for, among other things, those reviews. So he's going to go through why your license was pulled, and then we'll have some discussion to determine if those issues are issues or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Lauman. So as the chair said, there's a routine process every time there's an application. It goes through a series of background checks. And there are certain things that come up that can result in a guideline violation or a guideline check. You then come here, I tell you what the guideline is, and then you have an opportunity to explain it to the voting members and answer any questions that they have. So in the background, it looks like we had an incident out of Florida in 2017, and then an incident in Wisconsin in 2016, both alcohol-related. That triggered a guideline 3B, which no one in this room, myself included, I think, has memorized, but I will read it. Provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for 2 or more offenses arising out of separate incidents for B, alcohol beverage offenses. So, one was a misdemeanor, one was a forfeiture, but it does meet the 2 within 5 years, and that's why you got flagged. You have any explanation or anything you'd like to say about those? Now is the
I guess, so the one in Florida, that was during spring break. I was just on spring break with all my friends. We were all underage at the time, all still 20 years old. And we all had fake IDs, as did many other of the college students that were there. And I just happened to be the first one to go up to the bar, and I got in trouble for that. And then all my friends didn't get in trouble because they left. So I ended up getting the short stick on that one, and I just went and paid the ticket the next day. And I haven't really thought about it since. And then the other one was just also underage in Madison, just going out downtown, and I ended up drinking too much and walking home by myself. I got stopped by a police officer and ended up getting a ticket. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Kano Spina.
So, in the position of bartender or having the license to be able to sell, you will be in the other side of getting people who were underage drinkers. And the way that you were talking right now, it doesn't give me the appearance that you find that a serious thing. It gives me the understanding of, like, you know, I'm 20 or I'm 19 and I'm partying and I can drink, and so that's what I did. And that's not the type of responsibility that we want from somebody who's giving the alcohol to that or saying no to that 20-year-old person. What assurances will you give me or give the committee that that's not the mentality that you have anymore?
yeah, I mean, I am of age now, and I've had to go through several trainings. Like I did the alcohol EDU my freshman year, and then I did a training in order to apply for the bartending license, and part of that was videos and quizzes and different modules learning how to spot underage drinkers and not serve them. So I believe that at this point I can manage that, and I'm more mature than I was when I was getting my underage drinking tickets, and I think I've learned a lot since then. So.
Further questions? Mr. Donnelly.
You said one of the tickets was you were walking home and a police officer stopped you and ticketed you?
Yeah, so it was my, I want to say my sophomore year, and we were just getting back to school, and I ended up getting into a bar. None of my other friends did, and so I stayed there. I was excited I was in a bar, and I ended up drinking too much, and I left by myself, and yeah, I ended up getting stopped. So then they breathalyzed me, put me into a police car, and brought me to detox. And then the next day, I had to wait until I blew zeros to go back home.
What were you doing that made the cops stop you and breathalyze you?
I must have just been visibly intoxicated walking home by myself. It was like 2:30, 3 in the morning. So I think they were just doing a standard routine check to see if I was okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Grady.
This Florida deal here, this says obstruction by a disguised person. What were you disguised as?
Yeah, it was the ID.
Just the ID?
Yeah, I didn't have any
uniform or
No, it was just.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't disguised at all. No.
Your ID, fake ID was the disguise.
Yes.
Okay. Further questions of the applicant? Are you working in a establishment now?
I've been working at the downtown Nitty Gritty now for almost a year. I started as a bouncer, and then I was recently promoted to bartender, and that's why I'm here today.
So is the establishment aware of your?
Yes.
And you started as a bouncer, and now they've promoted you to a bartender, and obviously they want you to get a license because you're going to be in charge of the place from time to time and or closing it down?
Yes.
Okay. Without the license, would you continue to be?
Not relevant.
We ask that question all the time, but okay.
So,
Espino.
so can you explain to me the importance of why do we have these rules about underage drinking, and what have you learned about that from your experience? What is the importance of making sure that we don't serve people under 21? How would you sell it to somebody else?
I mean, obviously, I've learned the hard way, and I hope other kids don't have to go through the same thing that I went through, because obviously it was a hassle to get the tickets and having to pay, because obviously I'm a college student, I'm working, trying to pay my rent. So to have those extra fees and tickets to pay off was difficult, and obviously just having that weight on your shoulders that I had to go to detox and explain that to my family, my parents, my friends. So I think I would just tell the younger kids that it's definitely not worth it, and that if they do choose to drink, they really need to watch themselves and be smart and very careful about it, because it's not worth any of the repercussions.
They should not choose to drink, right? Because they're
Exactly.
under 21, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the applicant?
I move to grant.
Second.
Motion is second to grant the license. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, our second applicant is Regina Crump. Oh, that's
She's
perfectly
welcome
fine.
to join you.
Just make sure both of you introduce yourself, and then Captain Friedman will identify what was on your application that caused us to ask you to come in.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Crump. So as I told the previous applicant, everybody gets a screening. There are a whole variety of guideline violations for your application. There was a disorderly conduct arrest from earlier this year, which was a guideline 2A violation, and that reads, provided the circumstance of the offense substantially relate to the circumstance of the job or license activity, anyone who has been convicted or has a current charge pending for one or more offenses within the last 5 years, sub A being disorderly conduct. That's sort of a general catch-all. The other issue that came up on your application, however, and granted these are from a number of years ago, there was a 2007 resist obstruct peace officer, a 2005 resist obstruct peace officer, and a 2004 underage person possess or consume off-license premise, which was not in your application. So what that does is when our routine data check shows stuff that wasn't disclosed on the application, that's a 5, and that's just that all applications must be truthfully and completely filled out, and so that was lacking. So both of those guidelines are why we're here, and again, as I told the previous applicant, give an explanation and answer some questions. Thank you.
Well, to speak. Well, so the ones prior, like the 2007 ones, I have no remembering of.
Okay.
And I was not aware that I had to put that on my application at this time. It was my first time applying, so I do apologize about that. And this recent one, I missed my court appearance for that due to just forgot about it, and there was a lot going on for me at that time. Court date was, well, anyways, I was a victim in that situation, and it's very, I don't feel comfortable going into details with that because I was basically assaulted. And the officers that were there agreed that I was not in the wrong, but protecting myself. It's like a self-defense type of situation. I didn't feel like that had anything to do with my application, but that was my most recent interaction with law enforcement, so I put that on there. That was my reason.
Thank you.
I see you have your manager here, and
My name is Carol. I've got laryngitis. She's one of my top employees, and I can't afford to lose her. She's great. She's great with my customers. She's hardworking. She's never given me a problem or any of her coworkers a problem. She's a number one.
thank you. Alder Revere.
Thank you. Carol, thank you for being here. Did you fill out a registration form?
No.
Why don't you do that before you leave, Jim? Could you? Because Thomas isn't
He
still
hadn't
here,
left,
but if you could fill one out just for the record. You don't, on your way out, you don't have to do it now.
okay.
What's your last name, just for the?
Crowley.
Crowley. Well, thank you very much for being here, Ms. Crowley. So if I could ask you, Ms. Crump, a question or two, based on what you already told us, did you say that you don't remember these incidents in 2005 or 2007 at all, or?
I kind of do, probably because I was younger, but
Uh-huh.
at the same time, I can't get into details on what happened the day and situation.
So you're not saying that this isn't you, that we have like mistaken identity? You do remember
I don't
having?
even know if it is me or not, because I
Oh.
didn't realize that was on my record.
Do you know what the captain meant by resisting obstructing an officer?
Yeah, I know what resisting means, and
And obstructing is like lying to a law enforcement.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're not denying that this is you? It could be you. You're just not
Yes,
100%
I'm saying
certain. Okay,
I'm
I
not
see.
100% certain.
And then the incident from this year, I respect that you don't want to go into details, that you, you know, aren't comfortable doing that. But did I hear you correctly that you said you believe you're the victim and it was self-defense? You did say that.
I was attacked first.
Can I ask you this? Did you go to jail, or was it you received a citation from? And when you said you missed court, did you attempt to come back to court when you realized you missed
I
it?
wanted to fight it, but it was so much going on in around that time with my personal life and other stuff that was going on. I forgot the court date.
So you didn't do what they call reopen it.
I didn't have no idea about that.
You can usually petition to reopen a case if you are convicted by default for not showing up.
Okay. They didn't give me that information.
Approved. But the citation didn't require your appearance. It was.
Most likely it didn't. I just wanted to go in because I was innocent.
So you received a notice just saying that you owe a fine because you missed court?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to confirm that it's not criminal.
Right. No, it wasn't like I was taken to jail.
It's your understanding you don't have a criminal record?
Yeah.
These are all citations that we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what he told me the
Mhm.
day. It was a citation.
Can you say one way or the other without, divulging what you find uncomfortable about the incident this year, whether or not alcohol was involved in that at all?
Oh, of course not. I was at
It
a
wasn't?
Kristen club.
It was, so it had nothing to do with alcohol. And on your application, you even say that alcohol wasn't involved in that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Grady?
Could I just mention one other thing? You might think it's odd, but I'll explain why I'm asking the question. When you received the letter of saying that you missed court and you're found guilty by default and you owe X hundreds of dollars probably, did you by chance pay that or not?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So one thing you should be aware of is that if we do grant you the license tonight, and I'm certainly inclined to grant you the license based on your responses and the excellent testimony of your boss, there is a city ordinance that says if you owe any money to Madison Municipal Court, you have to pay that forfeiture or set up approved payment plans with the court before we can grant you your operator's license here.
Mhm.
So if this
I'm in the
last case
process of
was
filing. I have an attorney for some other legal stuff, so it's kind of in the process.
So I just wanted to give you a heads up and warn you that if we do go ahead and grant you this tonight, that it could be that you go to the city clerk's office for your license and they tell you, sorry, we can't issue it to you because you have an unpaid forfeiture, which is the word for a fine, in Madison Municipal Court, which is downstairs on the second floor of this building. So you might have to, I don't hope it wouldn't affect your job if we grant the license, but you might have to go to the court right away or have an attorney do that and either reopen the case or make arrangements for a payment plan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, good luck.
Mr. Grady?
Ms. Grubb, the most recent incident, was that involved, did that involve a police officer, where you were disorderly with the police officer, or was it was just
I
a
had no
domestic or some other situation like that? Is that right?
Yeah, basically. It was
And
something.
you don't have any
situation.
problem cooperating with police if they come to your bar, you're going to be,
Oh, no, I don't have, I
no problem?
interact with police daily. They come to our store.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Move, can I make a motion?
Mr. Canos-Pina, yes, you can.
Move to grant?
Second.
Motion and a second to grant the license. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lacey?
Ma'am? Get that back from her.
I'll get her.
She's gonna leave it. She left.
Should I give him letters right away?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Lacey, you have been listening, so you know the drill. Captain Friedman will tell you why your license was separated.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming here tonight, ma'am. So, again, check everyone gets, there were a couple of different violations. One is that there was a felony conviction in 2013, and that's a guideline 1, and that basically reads, and it was a drug-related one, if I didn't say that. Provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of any felony. So there were also a couple of disorderly conducts, one from 2013, one from 2012, one from 2002, but the one from 2013 and 2012 are the 2A. I think I had mentioned that one the previous time, but one or more offenses within the last 5 years, or 2 or more offenses in the last 10 years out of separate incidents involving disorderly conduct. And then the bail jumping conviction, a felony bail jumping conviction from 2015 was not listed in the application. So,
It's part of the 2013 case, so that's why.
and that's why you're here to explain to clarify. So those are the reasons why you're here, and I'll let you continue on as you.
You said there was 2 disorderly conducts, one in 2013 and 2002?
So we have is a February of 2013. We have a July of 2012, which appeared to be connected to a domestic incident just based on the way it's coded here, and then a 2002 disorderly conduct.
The 2013, I want to say, was dismissed by the attorney
Okay.
and gotten rid of. As for the 2012, that was a domestic situation between me and my ex-husband. I threw a glass at the wall. I was upset. As my one letter states, like, we had been through a lot, my ex-husband and I. It was very messy divorce. And he's deceased now, because it was kind of to do with my charges from 2013, which was the manufacture delivery of heroin. I was an addict, and I have been in recovery now for 4 years. I attend recovery groups, as my letter says, every Monday night. I attend all my therapy now, and I'm on the medication that I need for my depressions and anxieties, and I have really owned up to a lot of my responsibility as the mistakes I've made in the past, as far as using drugs and not being an acceptable citizen to the community by using drugs and selling them to the community. It's very dangerous, and it was unacceptable. As for the bail jumping, like I said, that goes along with the manufactured delivery. When I was arrested, and I was very irresponsible and went on the run rather than sit in court and take my court time like I should have, because when you're an addict, all you care about is that drug. and it consumes your life. It's horrible, and I pray to God I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, to be a heroin addict. It's hard. It's really, really hard, and I decided to go on the run and was caught, so that's where the bail jumping came in.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Kano Spina?
Can you tell me what Eagles number 623 is?
The Eagles Club is a fraternal organization. Our motto is people helping people. It's pretty much kind of like a VFW or what's the other one? Moose Lodge, kind of like that kind of thing. We donate to different charities. What I do there for my job is I work on Thursdays and Sundays for bingo. I pretty much work, the Thursday is at night till about 10:30, 11. We are allowed to stay open later than that, but usually it doesn't run any past that. And most of the beverages that I serve are soda and water to the bingo players. We do have parties. We have banquet parties and stuff that people rent out the hall for weddings and that. And at those occasions, yes, sometimes I do serve beer or liquor to the patrons that are there for those. Being somebody that is in recovery, I know how important it is to sustain from any substances to keep myself sober, because any substance can bring me back to that slippery slope. And that's why I don't like to drink. And personally, I don't like to drink because it gives me a hangover. And being somebody that didn't deal well with pain because I used the heroin, I don't enjoy it. Never have really.
So right now you are under a provisional, and that's why you're
Yes.
serving? Okay. So that's my major concern. It's not only, it's kind of more of like, are we putting you in a position of danger?
That's why I said I don't enjoy to drink. I don't at all.
How long have you been in recovery since 2017?
Actually, I was released from prison then, but I was incarcerated at Robert E. Ellsworth, and I went through an extensive treatment program there. It's the early release program. It really touches base at like what your mental issues are and what your issues are that can cause using, that can help contribute to using. And that's been for 4 years now, January 26th of 2015. So I'm going on 4 years in January.
And do you have another job is this
My only job? No. I actually am employed.
You don't have to tell me. I just wanted to know if this is 20 hours of your life or is this 15 hours of your life? So.
Well, yeah, but I do like the supplemental income to help. I have a 9-month-old baby that diapers are expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the applicant? And I believe the gentleman sitting next to you is your employer?
I'm Mike Myler. I'm the agent of the Eagles Club. And I'm not the one that hired her, but I've worked with her, and she's an excellent worker. I have never seen her take a drink on premise, and that's one of my main concerns with her addictions. And she wouldn't be alone at any one time on any given night because I'm usually there. So I would support her 100% any way I can.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say, too, one of the letters that was there is my sponsor. I have a lot of accountability partners on my phone, are all Celebrate Recovery members from my church. I have great support group. My husband is a sober person, doesn't drink, doesn't anything, doesn't even smoke cigarettes. I have that issue, but so I have a lot of support in my life. I'm very close with my mother and my grandmother now. So if I ever have urges, I have people to reach out to.
Questions of the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, congratulations on your recovery.
Thank you, sir.
Very important.
It's hard. It's an everyday struggle.
Can't even fathom. I'm sure it is. So I do have a couple of questions for you, if I could, ma'am. So the first one is, and I did review your letters, which were impressive. Are you still under supervision of the Department of Corrections?
Yes, I actually am. My agent is Terry Mollett. I have a very good relationship with her, too. I mean, we talk all the time, and I talk to her about, urges that I have, if I do have them, about what I'm doing for my recovery.
And she obviously is supportive of you working at the Eagles Club.
Yep,
no
she's
doubt.
perfectly fine with it.
Out of curiosity, when is your maximum discharge date?
2021, I think. I got a pretty hefty charge, but I mean, I'm not gonna, it saved my life, so I'm not planning on doing anything to mess up my parole, and it helps me stay on track, if you ask me.
And then, just lastly, out of curiosity, you said that the bail jumping charge and then conviction apparently just was simply arising out of missing court dates?
Yeah.
It wasn't for committing new crimes?
It wasn't, well, the charges that I was charged with, when I was picked up in Rockford, there was, I don't remember exactly what the charge was that they gave me, because it was the other, it was something to do with possession, because out there they have a rule that you can't have hypodermic needles, and it had something to do with possession of drug paraphernalia, something like that, because it's illegal to actually have those. And when I was using, obviously, I was using that way.
I see. So you thought you had a local charge in Winnebago County,
In
Illinois?
Winnebago County, yeah.
But they didn't charge you with bail jumping? The
bail
was
jumping
Jefferson
came from
County?
Jefferson County because I got picked up out there and had ran.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And good luck with your recovery.
Yeah, thank you.
Further questions of the applicant?
I don't have questions. I can make a motion.
Okay. You can
Move
make-
to approve,
Second?
Second.
if I can speak to the motion.
You can.
So, congratulations on your recovery. I hope you continue. I hope that if the job is making it difficult, life is more important, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
So good luck.
No, I have that 9-month-old that's pretty darn important, too. She's adorable.
And I hope, I'm always rooting for recovery, so, it can be done. So.
Oh, I know. There's not many of us out there, but it feels good to actually have people say, that you're doing good. It really does. And I love my recovery group. Not many people say, oh, I want to go to AA or I want to go to NA. And this group is a different group. It's more compared with Christ and biblical comparisons, because each of the principles and 12 steps that are from AA are in the Bible actually too. So it's Christ-centered recovery. Monday nights I'm there from 5 o'clock till 8:30, so it's a good group.
Further discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you guys. Have a great evening.
You too.
Thank you for your time, sir.
If you have something to drop off.
No, that was,
Okay.
this was
Jim,
what
you
showed my
don't
charge.
enter these sorts of things in register, right?
Okay, our next,
This I take.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So now what do I do for my license?
We ask it. Shouldn't we?
The clerk.
Jim will explain.
Jim will explain it to you, so you can.
Better than I can.
Okay, Kelly Hayes.
Yeah, I think
Good evening, Kelly. Captain Friedman will identify what was on your license that
Hi, good
initiated the
evening.
contact.
So similarly to the previous applicant, there are a couple of things. The first, there were some disorderly conduct arrests, two in 2016, separate dates, and then there was a 2015 disorderly conduct. So those three different events triggered the 2A violation, which is incidents within the 5-year period, including disorderly conduct. The other issue that came up is on the original application. Those charges did not appear. Now, you did list a battery from May of 2016, which doesn't line up exactly with any of those, but none of those disorderly conducts are on the application. So that was the sort of the omission portion of it.
Okay, so you're talking about both of the disorderly conduct.
Pardon?
Both of you going too fast. So both of the disorderly conducts in 2016, right?
Correct. Well, wait. There were 2 in 2016.
Okay.
And 1 in 2015.
I'm dyslexic, so you gotta excuse me.
no,
So
take your
you
time.
might be going too fast, so I'm gonna slow you down. But in regards to 2016, I believe one disorderly conduct, I was messing with this older guy, and he took one out on me, and I took one out on him. 2015, I really can't remember what that's in regards to. I really can't. But the charges in 2016, it was an incident between me and my mother. My mother was an alcoholic. So that's why I put that on the application. I did do deferred prosecution. I did the first offender program. I completed that, and besides a speeding ticket or something like that, I ain't been in too much trouble. But in regards to anything else, I do not have a good memory, so.
Okay.
And I don't want to seem like I'm lying, because I'm not lying, but.
No, we're here to listen to what you have to say. So.
And I don't drink or smoke, so. I just, honestly, I don't have a good memory.
Committee have any questions of the applicant? Alderman
No
Rivera?
one else wants to. Hello.
Hello.
So, could you tell us more about what you listed on your application as the domestic battery?
The one in
And that-
2016, that was?
Correct. That's the only thing you listed on your application besides traffic issues.
Yeah, like I said, my mother, she's deceased now, but back then she was alive, and my mother pushed my 8-year-old at the time down the stairs, and he has cerebral palsy, and he has a brain condition, agenesis of the corpus callosum, and so when he went down the stairs, I lost it and I snapped, and me and her started fighting.
I see. And what happened with that in court?
I did the deferred prosecution.
That's the one where it's first offenders
yeah,
program.
I did the first offender, and I completed that.
Okay, so then the charge was dismissed.
Yes.
So then clearly none of these disorderly conducts relate to that incident. These are all different.
No.
Okay, I didn't know if one of them, if that battery maybe was pled down to something lesser, like disorderly conduct. So you were saying that.
No, in 2005, was it 16 or 15? I'm not too sure about the year, but like I said, I was messing with an older guy. And at the time, I was homeless and I was living with my mother, and I didn't want to live with her anymore. So I kind of wooed him to move in, and we got in a fight. He tried to put me out after I done gave him $1,200 in rent, and I wasn't going anywhere, so we fought. and that's how I got the disorderly conduct.
At least one of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you were saying that, well, I know you said now alcohol's not an issue with you. When any
Alcohol
of these,
never been
it's
a-
never been an
never
issue with
been
any
an
of these issues. So none of the disorderly conducts have anything to do with alcohol at all.
No, none
Okay.
of my charges or my
the
things
re-
you see. I don't drink.
Mhm.
If I drink, it's like New Year's, my birthday. And I don't drink to get drunk. I had a mother and a father that was an alcoholic. I had to raise myself.
I'm sorry for all that.
It's all right.
So and the reason why you didn't list any of the disorderly conduct convictions is simply because you forgot about them. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. And obviously they were all really the equivalent of citations because you wouldn't have been eligible for the first offenders program.
Yes.
You had a prior criminal record.
Yes.
So you don't have a criminal record because you successfully completed first offenders.
Yes.
Very good. And then lastly, as you saw, there was a stop-and-go supervisor here with us tonight.
She worked
She's
at a
obviously a different store.
I work on
but
Schrader Road.
I just wanted to make sure that your employer knows about this and knew that you had to come here tonight, I'm sure.
Yes, she
Yeah.
knows.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kano-Smith?
Question, I want a motion.
I don't see anyone else with a question, so
Move to approve?
Second.
motion and a second to approve the application. Any further questions, discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Michelle Beck.
Did you register?
Yep. Good evening, Michelle.
Hello.
Captain Friedman will identify why you're here, and then you can talk to us
Wonderful.
about it.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
All right, so there were two incidents, 2015 intoxicated in a public place and 2016 operating while intoxicated. That triggered a guideline 3. Circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job. Any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for 2 or more offenses arising out of separate incidents within the last 5 years. And so one of those is a D, operating motor vehicle under the influence, and then the F of open intoxicants in public places or motor vehicles. So the 2 of those combined to 2 or more within that 5-year period, and that's why we're here tonight.
Sounds like a history. All right.
Yep.
As for the open intoxicants, I was visiting my college town, and when I went to college, I stayed in the same house for 4 years. It's a very small town, so you drink and you walk home. Well, I drank and I thought I walked home. I just didn't live there anymore. So the current residents, although they knew me, they didn't want to deal with me, I guess, so they called the cops, and I had to get a citation at that point, which was the open intoxication, or publicly intoxicated. For the operation of a vehicle, a friend that came into town, and we wanted to catch up, and I had too much to drink driving home and was then pulled over. After receiving that DUI, I sought therapy, so I saw a therapist, and I had to do the program, which I did the program and completed it successfully. I then turned my whole life around. In the past 2.5 years, I have stopped drinking. I enjoy drinking, but not to the same extent. I am currently working 3 jobs. I don't leave a lot of time to really self-sabotage anymore as I was doing in the past. And now I'm on the road of becoming a life coach and a motivational speaker. So in order to do that, I have to pay Sally Mae back, which has led me to pick up a job as a waitress and a server. And I like to think I'm funny sometimes, so I always enjoyed the idea of becoming a bartender. And the reason why I want to do it so much is because I feel that I connect with a lot of people, and I understand how much people cope with their pain with alcohol. And I feel that if I could be a happy 15-minute conversation rather than a sad 3 drinks in 15 minutes, I feel like I could make a difference in people's lives. So this application is very nerve-wracking. I was very tempted to just not complete it. But I do want to make a difference, and currently as a server, I make a difference with the tables that I serve, and I would love to have that opportunity as a bartender as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? No questions?
No questions?
If we have no questions, we have a motion.
Move to grant.
Second.
Motion is second to grant the application. Further discussion?
I'll just say I'm glad you came.
Thank you. Me too.
Very well spoken.
I've had a lot of practice.
Obviously.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too. Mr. Chair, I move to take agenda item number 40 out of order at this time.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to take item 40 out of order. Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Travis Enstead? Good evening, Travis. You've been listening to what we've been talking about before or previously, so Captain Friedman will talk about your application.
Good evening. For your application, it's a guideline 1. In September of 2017, there was a conviction for felony battery, substantial battery, and 10 bodily harm. I know you listed in your application that there's a deferred prosecution, but it's considered a felony right now. It's under our guideline 1. That's what brought you here tonight, Travis. So the floor is yours.
All right. Yeah. So I'm Travis. I'm a full-time student at UW-Madison right now. Actually, it was about a year ago, I think on the 23rd of last year. Had far too much to drink on a Friday afternoon. Carried that into the night. Was at a bar, and the specifics are unclear because of alcohol, unfortunately. But got in a verbal altercation with a bouncer, and then threw one punch, which turned out to be the biggest mistake of my life. The bouncer lost consciousness, which is why it resulted in the charges that are listed. Was then arrested, and incredibly lucky to have the opportunity to go through deferred prosecution unit, the first offenders program. The 2 requirements of that were 100 hours of community service, which I completed in August, and then also seeking out mental health and psychiatric therapy. Was diagnosed with depression, anxiety about a year and a half prior to the incident of last year. And not that there were any positives in the situation itself, but the counseling for mental health is incredible. Medication does not do the job like talking to someone else can. It definitely helped me realize, I wanted to put like the frame of, I don't know what monster came over me that night, but I don't think that's appropriate and somewhat of an excuse. Rather, it's more so of a lot of pent-up emotion that somehow was not handled correctly. That definitely could have been prevented. So, yeah.
Mr. Kano Spina.
How much more time do you need to do for the deferred prosecution?
It terminates in January. So at the moment, I'm with Jessica Gillette. I don't have to, within my requirements, I don't have to do anything. I see a therapist biweekly. I have documentation of that, and the fact that I'm a full-time student and the contract of deferred prosecution unit, if you want me to.
Pass that around,
Yeah,
please.
definitely.
I can take it from you, Travis.
So I see a counselor at UHS biweekly. Basically, just continue with that until January when it does terminate, and then the charges will be dismissed.
And the charges will be dismissed
Yep.
if you
Correct.
follow that. And so the only thing that you needed to do for the first prosecution was the treatment therapy. Do you need to do
And community
any
service, there was 100 hours that got assigned in May, and I completed that by August.
You're
Yep.
done with that, and
Yep.
you didn't have to do any like restitution to the
No restitution.
victim or.
Nope.
So now that you're gonna be on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly embarrassing walking back into my job knowing that my friends and coworkers hold that same position of the person that was the victim in that situation. I mean, it's easy to spot when that type of attitude is being displayed by people at the bar. In ways to prevent it, it's just, as a bartender, it's over-serving people. Being able to recognize when someone might become reckless or endangerment, as I was that night. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Donnelly.
What happened to the bouncer you assaulted?
He lost consciousness, and then immediately got up. There was nothing. I'm not trying to make excuses. There was nothing that resulted as of that, as far as restitution. Like you said, he no broken bones or anything. I obviously haven't spoke to him since. I wrote an apology letter, but from my understanding, nothing happened. But
no paramedics or anything?
There was an ambulance called, but he resisted the ambulance, I believe. Or not resisted, but did not want to. Yeah, refuse. Sorry, the ambulance service.
Thank you.
Yep. From my understanding, I'm sorry. This is what I've been told by the reports and stuff like that.
Further questions of the applicant? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I have a
Mr.
question
Donnelly?
or two.
Can we let him have a seat so the committee can have discussion?
I have a question or two for the applicant. Okay, thank you. To follow up on a couple of the questions that were asked and answered already. So as part of your treatment regimen that was ordered as part of the first offenders program contract, did that, and maybe it's in the documentation that hasn't come around to this side of the table yet, did that include at all an alcohol assessment and alcohol counseling?
Yep, there was AODA, I think. That was right away before the deferred prosecution unit. So that was part of the whole court process, I think, of getting an assessment and going to an alcohol class, I believe. It was a while. I don't really remember, but I don't have access to the assessment. And beyond that, the deferred prosecution unit did not assign anything besides the mental health.
So what you're saying is that the assessment didn't find any alcohol dependency, or there was no requirement for counseling in an AODA area, is what you're saying?
There was no alcohol dependency, but the amount that I was drinking at the time was definitely not acceptable, and that's what they recognized.
Okay. And the other question I had was, you talked about how embarrassed you were going back to your place of employment after the incident occurred. Is it fair to say then that your employer is well aware of this incident that occurred?
Yep. I took about a month break after the incident, and then sat down with the owner and my boss and discussed moving forward my position there.
Jordan?
Yep.
Okay. And he obviously wants to keep you.
Yeah, yeah.
So it didn't affect your relationship at
correct.
At your employment. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Additional questions of the applicant? Hearing none. The committee will probably have some discussion, so why don't you take a seat. If we have any other questions, we'll have you step back up. Discussion, Mr. Donnelly?
Sure. So it's entirely possible the applicant did not know this, but according to several news stories, the victim was taken to the hospital to be treated for his injuries. So we have a case here where somebody was at a bar, over imbibed, and put somebody in the hospital. And I don't know what our line is for saying that maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe I'll find out tonight. So I move that we deny this application.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. Do we have a second? No second. Do we have any other discussion or another motion? Mr. Kuhn,
Yeah, I will move to grant for discussion.
I'll second.
Okay.
So, can I?
Yep.
So I am concerned with the information or with the double-sided information or like news reports saying that this person went to the hospital and the applicant saying that the person did not went to the hospital and did not have a substantial injury and denied medical services at that moment. Is there a way that we can corroborate information if if the applicant actually maybe was misinformed or?
I think so. So the since this is a late edition, I don't have the full folder, but Sergeant Berkovitz can run down and take a look at the report and see, and it'll indicate in the report typically if there was a transport or not, and what circumstances, if any, are there's information. That's I would run the name and then.
Mr. Chair, if the committee feels that information is important, I would move to place this application upon the table while the research is being conducted by MPD.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
Yeah, I would be okay. Like, that would maybe change my opinion if the person actually went to the hospital for real and the applicant may, with conscious or without conscious, provide wrong information to us. That's.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to place this on file.
On the table.
I'm sorry, on the table.
Later.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So that item is on the table. So the next one we have on the agenda is item 7. Merchant Madison LLC, doing business as Merchant Madison. We have registrant Tom Dufek, correct?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. So why don't you tell us what you have in mind?
Yeah. So basically, the owners were the ones who were the agent on the liquor license since Merchant opened, and my role is essentially to run the businesses for them. I'm the liquor agent at their other restaurant, Lucille. So this was just to basically tidy that up and make the same person responsible for it at both locations. And I should apologize for missing last month's meeting. So that's my bad. I missed an email from Mr. Verbeck there. So apologies for not being here last month. That's my bad.
Okay. And what was the other restaurant?
Lucille Madison.
Okay. Further questions of the applicant? Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you. Mr. Dufek, in 2016, did you have an OWI?
I did, yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, that was actually shortly after we had opened our other restaurant. I made a poor decision to celebrate with some colleagues, and for anybody who's opened a restaurant, it's a lot of months of just work, and we were kind of at the point finally where I could relax a little, and I relaxed too much. And like I said, made a poor decision to drive home. Was pulled over that night, and when I got the OWI.
Thank you.
Further questions of the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Tom, I'll ask the customary follow-up when we discuss OWI records, and that is, did you successfully complete the required driver safety plan?
Yeah, I did.
So assessment and anything required by the
Yep,
assessment?
I have a valid driver's
Very
license,
good.
been reinstated.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Further questions?
No.
I'll move to grant.
Second.
Motion and a second to grant the change of agent. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those, I'm sorry, Mr. Donnelly.
I'm not objecting. I just want to make sure that the applicant knows if you have enough OWIs that becomes a felony, that's substantially related, and you wouldn't be able to have this anymore.
I absolutely plan to get no more, so, yep, no, I do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dudek.
Mr. Sheriff, I believe that the captain may have the information.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Sorry.
Okay. So that takes us forward to item 17. 2116 AWA LLC, doing business as the new Mr. Roberts. And we have a number of registrants, and
I am Brian.
you are Brian?
Yes.
Okay, so you are our applicant, so introduce yourself to the cameras, and then
Yes.
Tell us what you have in mind.
My name is Brian Mason. I own what is now the new Mr. Roberts, as well as Chief's Tavern on Cottage Grove Road. And we'd like to change the name to the Atwood. Simple as that.
No change in operations.
Nothing's changing. We finished, we got about half done. When we first got into the operation, you're probably familiar with Bob Hansen, working with Bob to take over his facility. He was ready to sell. He liked the idea of having his name still attached to it, so we went along with that. And, we were thinking about changing it right from the get-go, but it just, to appease Bob, and, we elected to call it the new Mr. Roberts. And then as of March, I had a partner with me that was working with him. When he was eliminated from the program, I decided that this is time to make it the way we really wanted it from the beginning, and change it to the Atwood and get it to be where it is. We have since completed, our whole floor restoration, wall restoration, and painting and things of that nature to complete it. And now we want to call it the Atwood. That's really it. So, if you have any questions at all.
We have a number of registrants, so is it the committee's pleasure to hold questions and ask the applicant to come back up after we hear from the other registrants? Okay, let's
Sounds
do
good.
that. Why don't
Thank
you
you.
just have a seat?
Yeah,
And
respect.
first person that we have registered is Charlie Rowe.
Hello again.
So why don't you introduce yourself and talk to us?
Timer, good. My name is Charlie Rowe. I was formerly employed at 2116 Atwood. It is currently the new Mr. Roberts. They applied for a change of doing business as to become the Atwood. They are operating currently in violation because they are not allowed to change nor operate as the Atwood according to the ordinances until they are approved, which we are here tonight because they have not been approved yet. So we're just going to start there. Last time we're here because, as Ms. Rummel told me on Facebook, this is a really common thing for businesses to do, to change their name. And it normally comes through here and goes through here very quickly. I interrupted that system, and many people, you have heard me, so I don't want to go over everything. I was asked to really say why, legally, You have to play by the rules to do this. Why they should not be granted something. Last time you were here, I also said they should probably, their license should be under review, if not revoked. Once I dug into what our cities and our states and our federal laws actually say. And last time I was here, I quoted the owner, Brian Mason, in a police report where he, the last time they were shut down because they were in violation of having unlicensed bartenders, which I was not the source for that information, as is commonly believed, but they, that was actually a violation that he was in. It is not posted anywhere in the bar. It was not posted at the time. Any of their licensing, which is a legal requirement, the bartenders were not posted when the officers stopped that evening, which is June 9th, which I've referenced. And there's a police report from June 9th, which Brian, in a follow-up, the officer explained why they were shut down, and Brian Mason told the officer, I'm fully aware of all of my obligations as a licensed liquor owner, bar owner, liquor license holder, and Charlie Rowe was there supervising. I was not there supervising. As I've stated, it was the very first thing I told the officers. He had actually let me go that afternoon in favor of his unlicensed daughter because he told me he could avoid taxes and other things. So I'm just going to, you guys asked me last time to say things that I was aware he was in violation of and why I do not think such a simple thing as a change of business should, doing business as should be granted. So I have section, do you want me to name off ordinances or tell you what they are? Because it is a requirement of his license to inform this board. Okay, you can ask questions, good. I have a whole list.
Ms. Rose, 3 minutes are up. Do we want to grant her some additional time?
People could ask her questions.
Okay. Why don't we do that then? Mr. Donnelly? Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Alder Revere.
Thank you. Welcome back. I'm sorry that you ran out of time. Without listing the actual Madison General Ordinance citations to us, do you want to just quickly list what
In common speak what they are?
what you believe are that they're in violation of or were in violation of?
They are in violation.
Already articulated tonight.
There are things right directly on their licensing, such as having an attendant in the back lot, having the back door closed after 9 p.m., which they can't do because otherwise it would be in violation of fire codes. They have been remodeling the basement without any prior approval, without posting it. These are all requirements of anybody who has a liquor license. They are also, they did not inform the ALRC as they were required to prior to installing cameras after the incident, which brought me here. Stemming from March 17th, he installed, I believe, 11 cameras without prior consent. They expanded the it is a requirement that they have to inform the Common Council and have prior approval to change any of the floors, which he just said they were redoing. They've also completely remodeled the basement without any building codes, prior approval, or anything from this board. And I could go on if you want me to.
So largely, you're alleging that almost all of the specific conditions on their existing license they violated.
These are all existing conditions on either their specific license or alcohol license holder. I also have actually federal laws that he's violated with me personally, civil rights and other ADA laws and stuff like that. And he's also violated state laws as far as responsible employment.
Did you have the date when they allegedly had no licensed bartender on duty? What month was that?
That specific date that they were shut down was the night that actually Sergeant Berkowitz came out there. It was, I believe, June 9th.
Sorry?
June 9th.
June 9th,
I believe it was
thank you.
June 6th or June 9th.
June 9th, okay. And then the meeting with the city attorney was July 17th, apparently?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks again for coming again.
Any further questions? Mr. Donnelly?
Did any of the changes that you're saying were made to the bar involve more space where people were drinking than was originally?
In the basement, it is under their original license application. It says that it's used as kitchen storage and like the mop area and stuff like that, and dry storage. They've had it remodeled. They are including bathrooms. There are 2 bar taps down there, and they were planning on, at the time that he told me, having the gambling and such pool tables moved downstairs.
Okay, but you haven't seen that?
I was there during the process of it.
No, I mean, have you seen patrons drinking in the basement?
No, sir, I've not been back since the last event.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony, and there may be some other questions later, so why don't you just take a seat, and if we have any, we'll ask you to come back up. Thank you. Next is Adam Ginsberg. So state your name and...
Good evening. My name's Adam Ginsberg. I'm the general manager of One Barrel Brewing Company. I'm also the bar manager of One Barrel Brewing Company. So I'm just here to speak out on behalf of the owners. I've got a personal relationship for a long time with Mr. Roberts as a bar. I've been a musician in Madison for a long time. Been involved in bars and restaurants for a very long time. So I just want to speak out and say that as on behalf of a neighborhood that's a very welcoming place, having them come in and kind of try to revitalize an old place that maybe has had some ups and downs is something that I fully support. These are good people. They care about their neighborhood. And since they've taken over, I know there's been some hurdles just with clientele and things about that. It's just, you know, the ups and downs of running a business in general. But, you know, on behalf of a very, very tight-knit community, I've been in there, again, starting 20 years ago, playing music. I've been in there as a patron, and I just, on behalf of our business, a lot of the neighboring businesses in that neighborhood, we're happy to see what's going on with Mr. Roberts, and whether they want to change the name to the Atwood, I like that even better. That's right. That's in our address. You know, we are at 2001 Atwood. We've been there for 6 years, and yeah, like I said, they're good people. I just want to kind of voice my support for them, and I think that they care about their neighborhood. I know they intend to do good things for our neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay, any questions? The applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have 3 other registrants, all in favor. Samantha Kernitz, in support, doesn't wish to speak. Amy Moreland, in support, doesn't wish to speak. And Vanessa Flores, in support, available to answer questions. So, did I miss anyone? Okay. So that's everyone who is registered to speak. Discussion, Mr. Kano-Espina.
Can I, so Vanessa Flores is the new bar manager? Yes. New bar manager, okay. Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Why don't you state your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Vanessa Flores, the new general manager.
So Vanessa, you were at this meeting on September 10 about any of the previous issues with the noise complaints and some of the other issues. What is your understanding of what happened before, and what is your goals or your thinking as manager for how the business needs to move forward?
Sure, so with my understanding with the complaints before is mainly from the back entrance and the parking lot. Since it's been about almost 2 months since I've come into the picture. Since then, there's signs posted up in the back entrance that say you're not allowed beyond this point after 9 p.m., no re-entrance. You can exit, but you can't get back in from that standpoint. We also do have a monitor for, to monitor the back entrance in the parking lot, as well as the hallway that's leading into the bar.
Like a person monitor or like a TV monitor?
A TV
Oh,
monitor,
okay.
yes. And then I do also have 2 bartenders on Friday and Saturdays, which according to the liquor license is we are supposed to have people monitoring the back entrance parking lot during live music hours. And generally it's from 8 to 10:30 on Friday and Saturday. So I do have 2 bartenders, and they do their rounds and also watch the bar at the same time.
So it's 2 bartenders plus you?
I'm there usually every single day, 11 to 7. I'll pop back in at around 9, hang out for a couple hours, make sure everything's going well, and then I'll head out.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question of the manager? Okay, thank you. Any other questions of anyone who spoke or the applicant?
No. To the, we got the email from Jennifer, so.
Yep. And Assistant City Attorney Zellwey, did you have anything you wanted to offer to the discussion?
Sure. I think you all got the letter that I sent regarding the summary of our alert meeting in July. And in the course of our meeting, I felt that Mr. Mason was very sincere with what he told us about the operation, and particularly that when he was before the committee, whenever it was that they first took over, and he admitted that he did not do what he said at that time that he was going to do. And he also said that it was difficult that he and the other owner had a difference of opinion on how to do things, and he had trouble getting his ideas implemented. He bought out the other owner and then started on the path that he's currently on to make the changes that he's wanted to make for the establishment. He made physical changes to the property. We had a discussion regarding the history of complaints of issues in the parking lot and having the back door open and noise coming from the back door. And he was aware of those issues and was determined to put an end to those issues. Since we had the alert meeting, and maybe even since the end of June, there have not been any noise complaints related to the back door. There was one complaint of noise, and when the police responded, I think there was only 6 people in the bar and no music was playing, so the complaint was unfounded. But it appears that he is successfully turning the business around from what it was before, including changing the outside facade to make it look a little nicer as well. So that's it.
Any questions of Assistant City Attorney Zellwey? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Attorney Zellwey, I didn't remember seeing a mention in your alert meeting summary about the issue of having no licensed bartenders on premise.
Right.
Was that
Just from one particular incident,
It was just one incident. What month was that again?
I believe June.
In June. So the alert meeting was a month later.
Right.
Was there a prosecution in that matter? No. You decided to not prosecute?
Correct, based on the circumstances surrounding that event.
And this is a very kind of broad question, but Ms. Rowe has now appeared before our committee a couple of times and appeared with similar allegations before the entire Common Council at a recent meeting, which is why this matter was referred back to this committee by the Common Council. You've heard her testimony. Do you have any concerns based on the allegations that have been represented
I don't.
in that testimony?
No.
Okay. The one specific that I wanted to ask about was the issue of the basement, which you addressed in your summary of your meeting, but the allegation of illegal construction in the basement. If I understood Ms. Rowe, I thought she was alleging that there's illegal construction that had taken place there. Was that something that was part of your conversation?
No, I don't know what would be illegal. I know that he originally was authorized to use the basement as a party room.
It's part of the licensed premise.
Right.
And you would,
And technically, you don't have to come before the committee for, if you're doing changes that don't affect the square footage or the layout of the establishment. Like if you're putting in a new floor and everything is going back as it was, you don't need the ALRC approval. If you were putting in a new floor and changing around, increasing cooler space, that type of
Right.
thing.
I wasn't sure if it was more, the allegation was more about no building permits being pulled, similar to Koi Sushi recently. But again, these are just representations. I don't know the specifics. And you did say that the license holders agreed to have a licensed bartender in the basement, even though they technically wouldn't be required if there was one upstairs. I presume that's going back and forth and supervising, but
Right.
they agreed to that. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Further questions of Assistant City Attorney Zilvey or any of the folks that have appeared before us? Discussion on the application? Mr. Donnelly, you're looking like you have a question.
Nope.
Okay.
Paying attention.
Okay. All right, no questions. Mr. Kano Spina.
So I also want to call, if I believe this is correct, is this from the Alder? That's Alder, right? So the Alder also supports the name change, if I'm reading this correctly. So based on the testimony from the attorney and the support of the Alder of the district and the compromise of the new manager and the owner meeting, I would like to move to approve.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the request. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion is approved. Captain Friedman, do you have?
Yes, we do have an update on the previous
We should
applicant.
make a motion to.
Move to remove agenda item 40 from the table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Captain Friedman.
So Sergeant Berkovitz took a look at the reports. He'll correct me if I didn't translate correctly what he told me. So according to the report, the ambulance showed up. As our applicant stated, the person refused going in the ambulance, but then advised officers he was going to be going to the hospital later to be checked out. And so there's no way the applicant would know that, especially given his level of intoxication, which he admitted. And so based on what we read in the reports, and we do not believe he made any intentional dissimulation. Alex, do you want to?
Yeah, from the nature of the reports, I believe he was contacted away from the location, so his information as to exactly what occurred on scene would have probably been limited. I don't think even the fire ambulance arrived there. The victim refused any need for paramedics, but indicated that he would go to the hospital after giving a statement. And my understanding is that that did happen after the fact, and that the officer met the victim at the hospital later on in the evening.
Thank you.
So my original motion was to, did we table that motion to grant? We tabled it, right?
For a second.
So that's before.
Grant.
So my original motion was to grant, based on the information. I don't see that the applicant lied to us or had any old information to try to.
So your motion is to grant. Do we have a second?
Alder Revere,
I seconded it.
Alder
earlier.
Revere seconded.
You have a
Alder
question?
Skidmore. Yes.
For PD. You discussed, the person that was assaulted. Was there any information in his statement that indicated a desire to press charges or anything, or is it just, is there anything additional that you want to add about the disposition of that?
Sadly, I wish I would have printed the report and brought it back up here, but, and certainly for a felony case, his desire to prosecute isn't partial, but I think he did indicate that he wanted to pursue a complaint, if that's what your question is asking.
So did he, in fact, pursue a complaint?
I'm basing this off of a very quick scan, so I'm not 100% definite, but I believe that he indicated that he did, that it hurt him, and a typical question on the street is, do you wish to pursue a complaint? And the officers take that as kind of a guidance as to whether, how far do they take things based on the victim, while not required by statute, certainly. I believe so, but in order to get that information, I'd sadly have to confirm it 100%. But the victim was participatory in terms of providing a full statement and whatnot, and I believe he indicated in that report, the officer did.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Any questions of the applicant? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion to approve the license. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Donnelly indicated he wanted to do a roll call.
Oh, okay.
So I can call the roll.
Sure.
Conospina?
Aye.
Donnelly?
No.
Fletcher? Oh, sorry, Fletcher's not here. Grady?
Yes.
Hill?
No.
Landgraf? Oh, I'm sorry. Skidmore?
No.
Revere?
Aye.
Landgraf?
Aye.
It passes.
Okay, that takes us to item 19. Entity reorganization for Bartaco Hilldale LLC, doing business as Bartaco. And we have Taryn?
Yes.
Duncan?
Sorry.
And Douglas Buck. So you are the applicant, Taryn?
Yes, I hold the liquor license.
Okay. Why don't you tell the committee what you would like?
Well, our company was bought by Del Frisco, and that's all that this is. So our restaurant concept was moved from being Barteca to Del Frisco. So nothing's changing. It's just the concept was bought.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant?
Can you repeat that? So then it's just basically a new company bought it? That's basically what it is?
It was an existing company, but yes.
Do we know why this wasn't in the consent agenda?
It was withheld from the consent agenda because the membership, it was 100%
Completely
change in
changed.
membership.
It's like a new license.
Oh, got it. Okay. Okay.
Good question.
Because all of them are new people. Okay.
Constant frustration of mine.
Mr. Donnelly.
So to give background for anybody who's missing that, the guideline is to not put it on the consent agenda if there's a turnover of at least 50%. As I wouldn't be surprised if Alter Revere talks about, sometimes people come in sideways and where they should be applying for a new license, they just change the officers of an existing corporation.
Questions of the applicant? So to review what you, I'm sorry, Alder Rivera.
Thank you. Just, what's your position again, ma'am, with the?
I'm going to be a manager at the restaurant when we open.
And you're the alcohol agent
Yes.
of the previous ownership, the current license, you're the alcohol agent?
Correct, yep.
And you'll
It's
be
still
appointed?
the same restaurant. It's just owned by a different company.
Mhm. And you'll be the new alcohol agent will see you again at our next meeting or 2 meetings from now.
Yes, I believe so. Well, I'm confused.
If she's the agent,
I
she's
thought
still
you
the
just said
agent.
she's not the agent.
Oh, no, I am.
Oh, you are the current agent?
Yes,
And you'll just continue being the agent?
correct. Yep.
And who's Jen Walker?
She's no longer with the company.
Okay. So when it says she's the new store openings director, that meant she was with the corporate office opening new store? She didn't have anything to do with Hilldale
Where are you seeing that information?
on your application?
The original application? Yeah, she was.
The one dated August 1st?
Yeah, she was in the main office. So what happened
She
here
was
is
in
that-
Connecticut. She had nothing to do with
They've been
Hilldale.
bought out, so Del Taco was bought out by Del Frisco in a transaction that took place in July, and Del Frisco is based in Texas, and so that name you're reading, she's no longer with the company. And if we need to change that, we can.
Okay. No, as long as we have the correct contact information for Ms. Duncan? Is it- Yeah, for Ms. Duncan. I think we're sufficient here. Just so you understand, my frustration has nothing to do with you. Don't take it personally.
No,
It's a-
that's okay.
It
it was-
just has been a constant frustration that our antiquated state statute relating to alcohol allows for what in essence is a total, what should be a new license to be completed through a one-page
Okay.
application. And it's the law. You're allowed to do it this way, but I don't like this with entity reorganizations. I never have, and I never will. Don't take it personally, though. It's not
We're
about you.
we're still offering upscale street food with a coastal vibe and a
Very
laid-back
good.
atmosphere. So we're not really changing who we are.
Yeah.
Right.
Very
I get
coastal
it.
feel.
They're even keeping all the same employees, which is great.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Further questions? Further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second to approve the entity reorganization. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can we have a 5 minutes?
No.
I need to go to that.
Absolutely, I was thinking of that myself.
Thank you, sir.
We have a,
I think the next one will take 30 seconds. You want to just do the next one?
Yeah, let's do that.
They have 20 and 39 together, assuming they're here.
can you do 30
I
seconds?
can hold 30 seconds,
Okay.
definitely.
All right. Item number 20, Blazing,
And 39.
and 39, Blazing Wings doing business as Buffalo Wild Wings, number 413.
Thank you for that, whoever said that.
You're welcome.
So would you introduce yourself?
Sorry, my name's Reagan Elliott. I am the general manager at the Buffalo Wild Wings at East Town Mall. I'm just trying to get the liquor agent license, and the only thing that's changed is the change in officers. We got 3 new and we lost 2. That's the only thing that's changed.
Questions of the applicant? Mr. Donnelly?
Did you say you got 3 new?
It's, that's what they were told, or they told me to say, yes.
Okay.
We have 3 and we lost 2.
And is this for, I don't know the scale of the franchise. Is this the national board? Is this the?
Corporate.
What is the scale of this corporation?
What do you mean by what is the scale?
Is it a local franchisee that owns 3 stores? Is it somebody that owns 600
So Blazing
stores?
Wings and Inc., that is still who is in charge of like our liquor license and all of that. So it's still, everything is still the same except for just the officers.
Sure. That company, which owned you before and still owns you now,
Mhm.
how many restaurants do they have?
Over 1,200.
Okay.
Yeah.
And same corporation runs
Correct.
all of them?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion and a second to approve the entity reorganization. Seeing No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much.
Move to recess.
Recess.
Until
How many minutes?
5-minute recess?
7 minutes.
7? Okay, let's,
minutes?
7, let's call it 10. We'll take it. 10-minute recess. We have a second. We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the committee is adjourned for 10 minutes.
No, it's not adjourned. It's
Or, I'm sorry, recessed.
BRC license excused. Count Spina?
Present.
Donnelly?
Present.
Fletcher's excused. Grady?
Here.
Hill is excused now.
Just left.
Just left. Grady? Or, I'm sorry, not Grady. Landgraf? Here. Skidmore? Here. Revere?
Here.
And we have one.
Okay. So, let's see, 24?
Yes.
Okay, change of license conditions, MCNZ Maktabi LLC, doing business as Dubai. We have a number of registrants. So let's have the applicant up first. Would be
He's not here.
not here.
I move to place this upon the table and we can move on.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second to place on table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's on the table. So,
Oh, he's back.
29 and 30.
okay. So,
Move to remove from the table.
Second.
motion and a second to remove from table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You're there. So why don't you tell
Hi
the
everyone,
camera?
my name is Mayyar Maktabi. I'm the owner of Dubai Restaurant. Just allow me to hand over to you some of the papers. That's my wife actually and me. Work on.
We can share.
We can share.
This one. And this one here. Basically, this one exactly the same as those.
Okay,
Those are
sure.
third one.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Mike,
We'll share, no worries.
sorry about that.
These are receipts.
3 minutes ready. All right. I'm asking to extend the operation hours for the alcohol license. Weekdays for 1 hour and weekends for 2 hours. For 3 hours, I'm sorry. So weekends will be, I would like to, if you guys allow me to operate till 2 and weekdays till 12. As I hand over for you guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't been over 10% in the past 5 months in my alcohol license. And basically, I'm losing customer. I'm losing business. I'm losing, like, there is so many things that I'm losing, and I might lose the business. 8 families, they're gonna be away from the business. I'm a restaurant. More than a bar, where people just come, enjoy their dinner, their meal, have a glass of wine and leave. But past 11, people who's coming over, they are not having what they want. So they're leaving. Basically the past 4 months or 5 months, I barely, some of the days, as you can see, the sales are less than the labor that I have, which is 3 people in the morning, and including me 4. And all because usually the lunchtime, it's 20% of my day, and 80% should be dinner. Most of the diners that are coming, they would like to enjoy dinner plus glass of wine, beer, something like that. Groups are coming to the restaurant, big groups. I'm apologizing from them and I'm sending them home because some of them would like to drink. And basically, I said no, I cannot because I have to follow the law. I'm losing business. I give you part of the receipts as the Mr. Mike, he saw my daily reports, which is since it went down because I used to have it fully licensed.
I move to grant an additional 2 minutes.
Okay.
For the presentation.
Second?
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Second.
Motion is second to grant additional 2 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, go ahead.
Since I lost the full-time operation, which was 12 in the weekdays and 2 in the weekends, I've been losing a lot. Where basically, I don't know how to explain it more, but like, I might really, I have like basically 3 more months. If I couldn't make it, I'm closing. 12 events came up to me. They would like to have they want to book the restaurant. I say no, I cannot. I don't have the license. They want it till 2, especially in weekends. I said no. Now 4 events on hand I have, and I keep saying no. I'm losing business. Business on State Street, I think no one have a restaurant the way that I have it, where I don't have dancing floor, slow music. Most of my customers are young professional and mature people. I'm gonna say it like, teenager doesn't come to my restaurant. And my sales of alcohol never went up to 10%. In general, I'm below 10% of alcohol selling. That's the business on State Street. On State Street, I'm new. I have to compete. I've been opening for 5 months. Everything was good until the license was down. I was at least paying all my bills. I know that I'm a new restaurant, new business. You want, like, first year is the most hard year, but I was paying my bills, paying my employees. Right now, I cannot. I paid everything I have. I'm done. And the only way to survive is by having the license, which is, it's gonna remain the same. I know that I'm not going over 10.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've provided us with some
summary, daily summary.
So does this include how much of your money comes from alcohol?
Actually, it's in the report.
Okay, I was just asking about this to make sure I wasn't missing a
No,
line.
it's actually in the report, and I have.
You've answered my question. Thank
Sure.
you.
Other questions of the applicant? Alder Revere.
I know we have other registrants, so I'll just keep my one question to now, since you ran out of time a second time, and I'm sorry about that.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
No, it's okay, Mayor. But could you elaborate on your request that you discussed with me privately regarding the private party request you're having? Could you elaborate and speak more to
For
the
the party?
request that you're having for
So I
private
had-
parties and go into more detail about that?
Yeah,
please?
I've been asked by a couple. Actually, I received so many requests to have it's most of them companies. They just want to have a meeting where they can have dinner, can have drink or something like that. Most of them actually, I have doctors. They are from UW. I have from St. Mary. There is the Red Cross. They wanted to have just come out, have a dinner after the. There is the Overture Center. Where they want to just come and enjoy. They want to book the restaurant. I'm always saying no. I'm losing money at that point. They are booking the restaurant, and as I said, the people who came to the restaurant, such as Mr. Mike and Captain Friedman, they can see that I'm a restaurant. I don't have DJ. I don't have entertainment. I don't have music. I understand the community. They don't want to expand the liquor or something like that. But my sale of liquor, it's never went over 10%. Overall, I'm under 10% because people 10 people are coming. Some are drinking, some not. They want to have a beer, glass of wine, and they want to have dinner. My revenue was almost 91% food. and under 10% was alcohol. And I kept saying no. I'm losing business.
Okay, well, I suspect we'll probably have some more questions. We've got some other folks who have registered to speak, so why don't you have a seat, and we'll call them up to make their presentations, and then the committee may have some additional questions for you. So, Neil Haley?
It looks like he left. Did Neil go home? He's the landlord. He's not,
Okay.
he was here, he left.
Was he in support?
He registered in support and wished to speak. Andy Breschel?
Good evening. Thank you. My name's Andy Brosh. I've lived in Wisconsin all my life, and I'm a grad from UW from 2004. I work in town as an electrical engineer. I'm here to voice my support for Dubai restaurants. It's a place that I really enjoy going to. I've been there several times. I can say that the clientele there, it's not college kids. It's not drunken debauchery. It's a restaurant, and I like to go there to eat. They've got really good food. If you all haven't tried it, I recommend you do. There are some dishes that are really unique that I don't see at other Mediterranean restaurants. When I learned of the restriction on the hours for alcohol service, I was really concerned because I've seen a lot of turnover at this location, and I really like the changes that I see there now. I know that this is a really competitive part of town and a really expensive place to have a business, and so I was just really concerned when I learned about this restriction, and so I'd just like to voice my support for the restaurant.
Thank you. Any questions for our speaker? Mr. Kano Spina.
So, do you see yourself visiting this restaurant at 1 in the morning, or the time that they're asking for this?
One might be a
extension of
little
time?
late for me, but I could definitely have a dinner that would run after midnight, and I have definitely decided not to go to restaurants before that haven't served alcohol. I'm not a big drinker, but I do like to have a drink with dinner. And sometimes if I've been out and I certainly might be eating food that late, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you have a seat. We might have some more questions for you. Ellen?
Hello. My name is Ellen Despins. I'm a property owner at 114 State Street. I'm also Mayar's aunt, and I'm here to speak in support of him having some additional hours to serve liquor in his restaurant. If those of you who have not been there, it is definitely a restaurant, not a drinking establishment. It's very open, it's very well lit. Has a very unique fare on State Street, which is really important. State Street over the years, I was a retailer on State Street for many, many years, and I've seen businesses come and go, and the climate on State Street change. Retail is waning on State Street. As much as we'd all like it to come back to the way it was in the 80s, I don't think that's going to happen. So more and more so, we're going to be seeing venues, bars, and restaurants. The more venues that come in, you're going to have patrons that are going, well, let's say the Overture. They go to a late show, they get out at 9, they're hungry, they go, if they're going to go to a restaurant, they're going to want to have a drink with their meal. It's not unreasonable. So I understand the city's viewpoint. There are so many drinking establishments downtown. I can understand the problems, but this really embodies the idea of having a restaurant with a liquor license. Very small percentage of the sales is liquor, clearly is related to the food. There must be a way. I understand you can't just grant one and not the other, but there must be some way to make it possible for small businesses to survive. And we don't want to see just all bars and empty storefronts and an occasional little restaurant somewhere. We want to make it welcoming and interesting for people to come downtown. And I guess I didn't use all my time, unlike many, but that's pretty much my point.
Okay. Any questions? Great. Well, thank you very much for spending time waiting to chat. Last is Joshua Long.
Good evening. Appreciate the time. So I'm coming here to voice my support for Dubai Restaurant and their petition to extend their liquor license to a later hour. Coming at it from kind of a different approach here. I've been a patron of the restaurant several times. I like the atmosphere. I like that it presents something unique and different to State Street. I am one of the people that the lady before me just mentioned who go out to shows at the Overture Center, maybe the Comedy Club, and am out late night. I do enjoy, as a young professional in the area, I'm the director of sales for a group of assisted living homes here in the area. I represent that young professional group that still likes to go out and have a good time and have some drinks late at night, but I don't want to find myself ending up at a Red Rock or a Paul's Club even. I want to go somewhere where I can sit down, have a drink with friends, where I'm not going to be surrounded by a bunch of college kids. And I think that Dubai fits that niche very nicely. As council members, I know you want to weed out certain undesirable elements and make sure the city is safe and well organized, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you do have the variety and you do have well-meaning business people who are able to survive in the climate that is there. And I think that this particular application for licensing to be extended should be approved because it fills a space that very few other entities on State Street do. And so that is what I came here to say. Thank you.
Questions? I have one. You talked about the variation on State Street and having been down there and looking for options. And you mentioned a couple of establishments, but are there other alternatives that you've looked at, and as you compare that to this one, what sets up the difference?
That's a great question. So a lot of the places that I would typically find myself at would be the Capitol Square, like a Cooper's Tavern. Even that can get a little rowdy sometimes. Paul's Club I used to enjoy when I was a few years younger, and that too gets pretty packed and crowded. Maybe Lucille's would be another good example, but again, that too gets pretty packed and crowded, whereas Dubai has great food that is unique, and there's nothing else that serves anything quite like it. I mean, of course, there's similar places, but nothing that has the same selection, and, it's quieter. I think some of the other people mentioned it's not a place where people are going and dancing. It's not a place where people just go and crowd the bar and get loud. It's a place where you can sit down, have a conversation with friends, and enjoy the atmosphere. And especially where it's at on State Street. I mean, you look at like Hawks is nearby, Mondays, some of the other places. It's sort of an oasis of that in that particular area. Great place to wind up on a late night if you're out.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anyone else in the queue. Is there anyone in the audience who had wanted to speak and didn't fill out paper? Okay. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So two points I want to make. The first one is, and both to my fellow committee members, the first one is the success or failure of a business is not what we're here about. We're here about the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And while as people we might be empathetic, that really isn't part of our decision-making process. But the second point is what does matter is how a business is operating. So we've heard from a number of people about the type of business this is. I often will look at what a business is posting on Facebook and what people are posting about it to try to get a feel for what type of place it is. In all of the ads that they have on Facebook, there's only one that even mentions alcohol, and it was a bottle of wine as part of a prepaid dinner. There aren't any pictures of people partying or getting drunk, which you see at lots of other places. So that's the sort of thing I think we should be thinking about, and not what our emotions tell us. Thank you.
Mr. Kano-Spina.
So I agree with our colleague. I also think that the idea of an alternative to a bar, the idea of having a place where people can actually eat and enjoy conversation and maybe have a beer or wine is actually maybe beneficial for the well-being of the safety and well-being of the community. As a person that values diversity, I think diversity and having diverse food, diverse environments is also something that we should keep in mind when we are thinking about granting or allowing people to have more hours. And it seems also interesting to me, if I'm right, nobody came in opposition to this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That also tells me something important when we have 4 people, different people coming and so part of it is different than most of the times when we get people in opposition. I understand State Street has a high density of alcohol, and I'm a little concerned. So I will be willing to, if the elder is willing to think about more hours, and the owner is willing to think about more hours, and the committee is not okay to 2 in the morning, I will be willing to kind of maybe do a trial of like 1 hour, like until 1 in the morning or something like that, just to see what happens. And it'll allow the owner to prove that they are the kind of business that we would like to have.
Alder Skidmore.
Yeah, Mr. Donnelly, thank you for your comments. It kind of helped frame what I was kind of thinking. I think you know that I'm not generally in favor of increasing the availability of alcohol on State Street, but I heard, and I wasn't, and I was struggling with, the comments that it's necessary to bring in more alcohol to survive. That part bothered me, but what I found compelling was the number of people that spoke in support of the Dubai, and the reason they were doing that, and is more the ambiance and the atmosphere and the destination rather than, let's go get hammered, that type of thing. So, I find that important, and I also looked at the capacity. Well, you get 60 people, and the numbers that you're showing in terms of how much alcohol, I think I saw 10%, 12%. So that doesn't sound like a place that's going to, be supplying a lot of alcohol. And further, that type of atmosphere is probably not the kind of place where you're going to find inexpensive alcohol to get drunk. I guess I'm being blunt, but I'm inclined to want to agree with extending the hours, and I'm going to be looking closely at what the Alder of the district recommends and suggests. I'm following my colleague here that I think I'm willing to support an extension, whether that's just a blanket extension or let's try it for a period of time. But that's where I'm leaning right now. So that's it. That's all for now.
Additional, Mr. Grady.
I'd like to hear what the altar has to say about
We're all
this.
looking at Mike.
You're on.
I should have spoken first. It would have made it easier after it's a tough act to follow all the sympathetic comments. So I want to be helpful as well, and the license holder knows that. I met with him in person last week and discussed the realities of the situation with him in a straightforward manner. this is the reality, and I'm not telling my colleagues anything new. I had a conversation with Captain Friedman about this on Monday as well. The reality is that this committee has set a precedent for several years now that we just simply do not grant any new licenses on State Street unless the applicants voluntarily agree to cease alcohol service at an earlier hour than bar time. So I don't want to say every agenda, but almost every agenda we have something in the State Street area. Later on in our agenda, I don't know them personally, but I'm somewhere in the audience here are some patient folks that want to go into the old Kabul restaurant space, Hungry Badger restaurant, and they're the latest example that we'll visit with later tonight, where they agreed, according to what we have in front of us in our packets, they agreed to stop serving alcohol at 10 p.m. weekdays and 11 p.m. on weekends. That's what this Common Council last night overrode Mayor Soglin's veto for Koi Sushi with the exact same hours that Hungry Badger is going to apparently, when they come before us yet tonight, voluntarily agree to. In the case of Dubai, they frankly inherited the license of Xandris Tapas Bar that this committee granted in March of last year. And at that meeting, back in March of 2017, the committee allowed alcohol service only until 11 p.m., 7 days a week. So despite our tradition of usually at least in the last year, of requiring earlier alcohol cessation on weekdays, we granted for Dubai that with the, MEAR under protest, frankly, and you might remember that meeting we had back in May of this year. We had to recess the meeting and have frank discussions in the hallway. At least some of us did, and begrudgingly, MEAR agreed to inherit the old license conditions of the predecessor restaurant and agreed to stop serving alcohol at 11 p.m. 7 days a week. That was only in May, less than 6 months ago. So then, for those of you that weren't here last month, but I think most all of us were here last month, MEAR was here last month with a very similar request. Last month, we unanimously placed it on file. I appreciate the change of heart for several of you tonight, but I want to help him as much as the rest of you do. I just don't understand how to justify that this restaurant, and he absolutely, without question, is a bona fide restaurant. Yeah, there's a full bar in there, but I think people only use the bar to eat at. But I don't know how to justify all of a sudden changing what our unofficial policy has been, what our precedent has been the last several years, and all of a sudden say, we'll give you another hour, another 2 hours, even though you're in the heart of State Street. Again, later in our agenda, we have a restaurant that is asking for a new license. It's less than a block away in the 500 block, the next block over. But if you measure where the restaurants are, it's the mid block of each block, and so about a block away. And I don't know how to differentiate this from any other one. I think the world of MEAR. He has obviously a very, very loyal following. I've received emails. I've received calls. Obviously, 2 loyal customers, not to mention a very loving aunt, have stayed here for hours tonight just to speak to us. By the way, Ellen lobbied me privately as well last week, as did the landlord, MEAR's landlord. I just need help, and maybe my colleague can help articulate further. Do we want to have a wholesale change in our policy towards State Street? They're all bona fide restaurants. All the places that we're talking about are bona fide restaurants. Why is this one going to be different? Because MEAR is so passionate, has a loyal following, is great at lobbying folks. Now, the one area that I asked him a question about, which maybe we'll want to explore further, which I'm very much open to, which wouldn't require as much of a wholesale readdressing our policy of the last few years, is making an exception past 11 o'clock for private events. I talked to Captain Friedman about that Monday morning, and I'm willing to at least allow that. Actually, it was Miar's Aunt Ellen that told me that there was, for example, breast cancer victims were one example of a recent group that had approached Dubai about having a private party in their establishment, but wanted to have it go past 11 p.m. So I would be open to an allowance that says that for private parties, we had so many are allowed per month past 11 p.m. Alcohol service, that is. Because keep in mind, the restaurant can be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's nothing prohibiting the restaurant being open and serving food 24 hours a day here. It's just when alcohol has to stop being served. So, you know, with the notification to the Central Police District, having some sort of allowance for private parties to at least give some lifeline, if you will, to Dubai. But again, we've only granted them the license in May. It's not, it's, you know, usually we have folks wait 6 months, 12 months. I understand the emotion and the very passionate and articulate presentations that we heard tonight, but I need help understanding why this one is different than Hungry Badger Restaurant at 540 State Street, or why it's different than Koi Sushi last month, or why it's different than any of the others that I could list on West Gilman Street or State Street or other side streets. So that's my thought there. If I'm happy to, you know, ask Miar or ask Captain Friedman or the city attorneys here to you know, help fashion a condition that would allow for an exception for private parties. I'm comfortable with that, but I still would need a lot more help tonight trying to figure out if we're going to extend this one an hour or two. Are we going to make that major policy decision tonight at this hour?
Mr. Donnelly.
Well, to answer one of Alder Revere's questions, do we want to wholesale start having things on State Street stay open later? I would say no. And even if it seems like a good idea in this case, I see the danger of opening us up to somebody saying, well, why not us also?
I'd also mention one other thing. Many of the other comparisons I'm making, by the way, we've also said, why don't you consider beer and wine only and not a full license? So Hungry Badger, for example, is on our agenda for beer and wine only, not spirits. Dubai does have a full alcohol license, so if you even can rationalize it further, they have a full license, but a lot of the other restaurants that we say stop serving alcohol early on State Street don't even have a full license. It's just beer and wine only. If there's no objection to pursuing the idea of private events, I'd like to discuss that further. I don't, if it's in order, Mr. Chair, could I ask Captain Friedman to perhaps share with the committee what he shared with me the other day on that score?
Yeah, sure. May I speak more globally first?
Sure.
Is that so?
Especially if you help me.
Well, you know, I've met with Miar several times, and he is very passionate. He's committed. I have no concerns with him. I know he's fully invested in making that a successful business. And, you know, the things that I've heard tonight, that's all true. But two things can be true at once, and what Alder Verveer says, which is we've had in effect, a policy that we have significantly limited the hours and the types of alcohol that we've allowed in restaurants. I don't know if that has made any major differences, but the overall tone of State Street this year is a little bit better than it was last year, and you know, I can't say that that's contributing to it, but I certainly don't think it hurts. And it's been one of the things that I rely on as I'm asked by both, you know, Alder Verveer and Alder Zellers, that we are consistent and that we do provide a common kind of common rules, so that there is that consistency from my standpoint. And it has nothing to do with Miar. It has, and I know he doesn't. It doesn't help him that it doesn't have anything to do with him, but it's the time and the place that are just working against him, and frankly working against other businesses. And my concern, legitimately, is that if we make an exception here for all the right reasons, it's going to be. And again, I'm not the one voting, so I get that, but it's gonna mean it's gonna be much more difficult to keep that door closed, and ultimately that'll be it's your decision how you want to go with that. I did speak to Alder Revere earlier about what are some workarounds here, and one that just came to me that I will also throw out there as we're trying to thread the needle here. Recently we experimented with no new entry with a handful of bars in the 600 block University. This committee was, I'm grateful to you for voting that in. That has had a palpable positive impact in that area. And I know one of our owners is back here, and he bore the brunt of that, but that's something that, I've talked to Jennifer, we would like to see expanded. Is that an option here? I mean, granted, he's a restaurant, but if the argument is somebody shows up at 11 o'clock, wants to be able to eat and then have a few drinks with friends, well, you say, you know what? I mean, I don't know if we can because it's not a bar, but it's like, can you, is there a way to do it on that side of things and say, well, yeah, if you come in by a certain amount of time, you can drink. But if you come in after that, you can't, and that's there'd be some administrative issues with that. But if the argument is, I want to be able to show up at 11, have a drink with a friend, have a dinner, and still have drinks after that, well, if you're there at 11, fine. But if you show up at 1 o'clock, you're out of luck. I don't know if that's feasible, but to me, that would be a much better experiment for a 3 or a 6 month period than going to a much later opening and just kind of let that be as it may. With regards to the Alder's specific question, no, I think we could work out. Again, I would want a field, like a trial period, cap at I don't know what a reasonable number of events is, but a handful of events a month, and then we'd have to check on that, and there'd have to be some additional rules, or how I don't know if this is the right format, and I would leave it up to you with the institutional knowledge if we would work out those details tonight, or if that's something we'd agree in principle and then sit down with. But I am open to that, but again, cognizant that anything we grant here, why wouldn't Honey Badger, why wouldn't other businesses ask for that same thing? And then we have to be prepared, you have to be prepared as voting members. If you're going to say no, well, what are the differences? And ambiance is that's a hard thing, just from my standpoint, that's a hard thing to define if you have one owner that doesn't get something that another owner did. But I think there are maybe some options here. I'm open to it, but I would certainly want it to be a conditional, like a trial period, and everyone kind of eyes wide open what we're agreeing to and where we go. So.
With the committee's indulgence, I'd offer a couple comments, perhaps in response to Alder Revere's comments. One thing that strikes me is, we have some policies in place on State Street, and those policies are driven largely by problems we've had in the past, and we're up to this point in time holding firm, saying we don't want to go back to any of those problem times. So therefore, in this particular case, and in other cases, in certain areas of State Street, we limit the number of hours. Now, if we could hit the rewind button and all of the restaurants on State Street were like this one, we wouldn't have these regulations to deal with, because alcohol would not have been a reason that people would have been in the restaurant. They'd have been there for food. And I think our goal of limiting hours is to try to return, I mean, ideally not make things worse, but I'm guessing if we could get inside the heads of the mayor and council members, and we have a couple here tonight, they'd probably say, well, if we could go back to State Street where it was mainly fine dining and alcohol was 10 or 15% of the sales, and it was people spending some decent money for meals, and were, as our one speaker indicated, were interested in a place to go sit not far from Overture after they saw a play and talk with their buddies to bar time, and waltz out of there, and Captain Friedman's people wouldn't have to be around because there weren't problems. We'd say we've accomplished something. So that said, I think we've got the opportunity to look at two things. We could either continue with the policy of saying we're capping the hours because that's how we're going to fix it. We have an owner here who has done something that many owners haven't, and that is given us some insight into what their actual cash flow is. So when they say, I'm not selling a lot of alcohol, we can see that they aren't selling a lot of alcohol. And one of the difficulties from a regulatory standpoint is we're stuck with the 50% alcohol limit. Now, if all of the restaurants on State Street were at 50%, and they were all open until bar time, I totally agree. We're heading back to where we don't want to be. If we had two policies, you can have longer hours if your alcohol percentage is capped at 15 or 20%. And if you want to go to 50, you're going to have to deal with reduced hours and let the owner deal with that. And the other piece of it is I have been on the LRC long enough to have listened to impassioned pleas from applicants about what they won't do, and then listen to the police department and the city attorney's office explain what they are doing, which we were all hoping they didn't, the morphing, so to speak. You know, my sense is we could require that someone who says they're going to do a low alcohol, high food scenario test it out and require that they operate for a certain period of time and bring the numbers in. And if the numbers show that they're running at 49%, well, their hours are capped at 10 o'clock. And they knew that going in. But if they come in with numbers that are running at, like Dubai, 10, 15, maybe 20%'s the number, and we can say, okay, fine, I guess you're doing what you said you were going to do. And if there are more restaurants like Dubai that pop up with good food, a different clientele, and a low alcohol sale, that would be a good thing if we could just look in the crystal ball and see that the applicant is going to do that. So with that as background, I mean, here we're sitting with an applicant like we'd like to have more of on State Street, and we may be perched on the edge of the precipice to see to it that we won't, because he's been candid enough to say, if I don't get some relief, I'm history. And then we're stuck with the model we have now, which is 50-50. And as we all know, you can sell a boatload of booze after 10 o'clock and stay under the 50-50 level. And that's not what we want. We don't want the morphing. So my sense would be if we can, and we probably can't do it tonight, but if we could work out a set of criteria, take a voluntary acceptance of the applicant on their license, and then monitor it. I mean, he produced that set of data, and we've all heard from bar owners how hard that is, and I suspect that was just pushing a button on his computer and it printed it out for us. So it's not going to require a bunch of CPAs to come in and make big audits. But we might have an opportunity to grant something outside of our of our standard criteria with an operation that looks like it's going to be doing something that we would like more of them to do, and just see if it works. So anyway, that's my thought. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, as far as the report that was printed out, it actually does not have alcohol percents. That was part of the slide deck, but not part of the report. I like the chair's idea in theory. In practice, determining sales percents is hard. When we had the alcohol license density ordinance, which I think was a resounding failure, one of the reasons that it failed is that we had businesses that said they were restaurants and said their sales would be 50%, and that was very hard to validate. We had one case where the city did an audit, and it really looked like the books were cooked. And I think we have one member of the committee who would be qualified to evaluate things like that. And that's not really what we're for. Now, when we were evaluating what to do to get rid of Aldo and get something that would actually work, one of the big tools that we put in that toolbox was restricting hours. Because as a general rule, restaurants are not open the hours that bars are. If we are going to consider something that is based on sales percents, we have to look good and hard at how we're evaluating that fairly across the board, and how we are validating that whatever data we're getting is true.
Mr. Kino-Spina.
I see the comfort of blanket. This is the time, because it's easy. It's easy. We know that it's going to be safe. We know that there's this. At the same time, I think that also limits our citizens, limits our community. To be able to have a safe environment where people can actually interact and grow and be successful and enjoy and have a good life in a good city. I'm open to do the hard work. I'm open to look at how can we make those exceptions. Every single business that I look here, every single owner is different for me. I don't care if you're right here and you're right here, you are a different owner and you sell different things and you do different things and you work with different people and your customers are different and your food is different and the amount of people that come to you is different, and having the exact same rule for everybody sometimes doesn't provide for everybody. We need to be able to diversify sometimes. We need to be able to think outside the box to be able to have the great city that we want. So I think that allowing things like what the Alder was saying of maybe trying the special events and looking at that. Like if we don't feel comfortable, or maybe the city doesn't feel comfortable with, for Dubai, we're gonna open it up to 2 just because we think that they're gonna be a good business, right? That's kind of difficult to defend it, right? But maybe we can say, okay, we did this and that worked for 2 months, and then now we know that this business can do this, and that works for 2 months, and then we can use that as an example for other business all over the city. Not only State Street is an important place, but that could also be for all over the city. So I will encourage us to try to take the risk, not jumping all the way in, but take a little bit of a risk, like a couple of people have said.
Further discussion? Alder Revere.
You know, let me just remind my colleagues before I want to ask Miar to come back to the table and answer another question or two if he's willing. But as Alder Skidmore certainly is well aware, there are two companion resolutions working their way through the committee process and ultimately will land here at the ALRC because we're the so-called lead committee. Both resolutions relate directly to alcohol issues in the core downtown area. One is sponsored by the mayor. That's to create a moratorium on licenses, generally in the greater downtown area and other things. And then the other is a resolution from the downtown alders about an ongoing study and goes into more specifics as to stakeholders' input into a study that city staff is already underway of, which I think this committee should be briefed on sooner rather than later from the public health and finance departments who are leading the study. But with all that said, I think the idea of looking at our current practice and the issue of percentages and so forth, as you've I don't want to say if you've suggested, but I guess suggestion is the right word, endorsed Chairperson Landgraf. I think that whole conversation, the timing is ripe for that. Obviously, as you say, not tonight. I think, considering that I think it's after 11 o'clock, after 9 o'clock now, that we should probably move on with Dubai. And the most, although I'm obviously only one vote on this committee, the most that I think I would be comfortable doing tonight is trying to carve out an exception for private events and trying to get that done tonight. That's what I promised Miar I would do last week when I met with him, assuming that Captain Friedman was agreeable, which he is, obviously. So I'd like to pursue that yet tonight and then move on with their other agenda items, if I could. So I wanted to recall Miar, but Alderperson Skidmore is seeking recognition.
Thanks for saying that. This really troubles me, and I was thinking of the companion, the two items that you referenced, the moratorium and the study. What troubles me a lot about this is, and you didn't say it in these words, but one size doesn't fit all.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a good restaurant you've got a good business plan, and it doesn't involve selling a lot of alcohol to be successful. But in this environment, it's hurting you just by the fact that we're treating you as one size fits all, and you're going to stop at a certain time when I don't think you're going to be contributing to the problem. Some places that try and skirt the issue of selling alcohol and still trying to call themselves a restaurant, and we know some of them, that's the problem. So we don't have the solution to your problem with the tools that we have. So I agree with Alder Revere. I like the way he framed it. I would support the temporary fix, but I think the ultimate fix is going to be the moratorium and the study. More importantly, the study to find out what the root causes are. The more I work down at ground zero in this area, that's what we call it. It is. It's amazing that the more I look at it, the more I think that it's not the restaurants that are really contributing to the problem, and it's not solely over serving or some of the other things. There's a lot of people that come down to that area that are hammered by the time they get there because they drink in their rooms cheap alcohol, and then they come down to see or be seen, make an appearance after midnight, and then at 2 o'clock get in a fight. So there are people that come down there, for reasons other than to drink or to party. So we have to look at what the real causes are and what they're going to be solved, and you're not part of it. I really don't think so. And I think we can't solve that problem tonight, but we can assist, I guess, and I'll defer to the alder as to how to approach this tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grady.
Yeah, one question I have. Now, there's going to be a new hotel down there. Now, that hotel's going to apply for a liquor license, right? You know, are they going to get one?
It's up to us, isn't it?
So they get one, and we still kind of, you know, this moratorium is kind of ended then. I mean, when you get a new desirable business, you're going to bend a little bit, other than what you had planned on, to make sure that business, you know, is going to be successful. I would go along with private parties. I would not have a problem with that. But I do have a problem with extending the hours because, I mean, how many other places have we, you know, legislated basically hours to these people that are different than what we're doing here? So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
If I could ask.
Oh, Mr.
Ask Miar to come forward again, please. And while he's coming forward, if I could respond to two things quickly before I forget. One is just an FYI, the mayor's proposed moratorium has always exempted hotels from day one. So, but frankly, I don't know that the mayor's moratorium has close to majority support on the council, so I don't know that that will ever become law in any event. And secondly, I just want to say over and over, I can't say often enough what Alder Skidmore said in conclusion of his remarks, that Dubai is not the problem. You know that I've told you that till I'm blue in the face, Miar, that please don't take it personally.
No,
It's
absolutely.
nothing
I
against you.
understand
It's nothing against your business. You're obviously a fantastic, upstanding business, and I can understand your tremendous frustration why Hawks right next door to you can be open till bar time, serving alcohol every night, and you're not allowed to. I totally get it. But again, since the hour is obviously late and you've all been here since 5:30, especially a credit to your loyal customers that have been here all night, who aren't even relatives, aren't even family. But anyway, Ellen deserves credit too. Could you tell us, please, tell the committee approximately how many private events per month you think
So
you
far,
would
I
host?
turned down 8. I have left 4.
So how many per month would you estimate you might
Well,
might book?
I have one in 11, the second Saturday of October, and I have one the 27, which is going to be Saturday also. I have one on December 21st, last Friday of before the Christmas.
So approximately how many would that be per month?
3 to 4.
3 to 4 per month.
Till the new year.
So how many per month would you estimate you might have
October I have
interest in?
2, November 1, December 2.
Okay. In a perfect world, obviously, you would like to have extended alcohol service hours,
Yes.
but you might not, have that granted to you tonight. In the alternative, well, in a perfect world, how many, if we made an exception to the 11 o'clock alcohol service condition on your license, how many private parties per month would you like to have the authority?
No one will accept it. I mean,
No. I'm sorry. I'm not explaining
sorry.
myself. I've
I'm
had a
sorry, I
long. It's a long
misunderstood
day,
you.
and
I'm
it's a
sorry
long,
about that.
and we're late here. I've had a long day, and we had a late city council meeting last night. I'm still recovering from, perhaps. How many, if you could choose, and we gave you an exemption for private parties, that you could have private parties till bar time, alcohol. So you can obviously serve food all day long, 24 hours a day, as I said earlier, under your current license, under the rules. But for alcohol, if you could serve alcohol till the statutory bar time, 2:30 in the morning, or earlier, whatever, how many parties per month would you like to have permission to have?
October I have only 2. So the customer reserved, I have 2 different clients. One of them, it's the...
So do you want permission to only have 2 per month, or do you want 3 per month?
Well, I would...
4 or 10?
Yeah, please. At that point. And, yeah, I mean, 2... I'm going to be honest with you. I have 4 different... I turned down out of 12, 8 different parties because I don't know the system. I don't know that you guys allowed me to have, but most of my customers, as I said, like St. Mary group, the doctors, they wanted to have it. I said no. I have the UW, the doctor professor, and I said no. And I think one of them, he emailed you. So I have certain groups that most of them are mature. When I'm saying mature, they are over 50 years
We get all
old.
that. I was just
So
looking for a number to
I-
start the conversation.
So I'm
per month.
afraid because like, I'm keeping receiving reservation and I'm keep turning down. So I really don't know. Like as I said, in October right now, I'm having one on the 13 and one on the 27.
How about one a week?
Yeah, that would be.
Let's
I
do
would
4.
appreciate that.
Okay.
2 4 a week.
No.
Do I hear 5, 6?
I would appreciate that.
I think we should just make it.
And-
Okay.
And I would really, if you allow me to speak for 1 minute,
Go with one a week.
yeah, no, and I would really appreciate it. Like, I would work with what Mr. Tom said, that if you want, I would really go down with my percentage of alcohol from 30 to 20 to...
Worry about that now.
We'll cross that bridge again. I think where Alder Rivera is going is the committee might be interested in approving you staying open to bar time if you have a private party.
Alcohol till bar time.
Or, I'm
He's
sorry,
able to be
alcohol
open
to
as late
bar
as he
time.
wants now.
If it's a private party and you won't have more than 4 of those a month, and that doesn't mean one a week. You could have one on Friday and Saturday, but then you're not going to have one for,
Got it.
a period in time. So 4 a week, stay open till bar time.
I do appreciate it.
Or, I'm sorry, 4 months.
If I could I ask Captain
It's late
Friedman
night for me, too.
for his reaction to that from the perspective of your district?
First, I appreciate the attempt to be creative and to try to find best fits for different businesses. So, that I get that. Generally speaking, again, just understand that private parties can become very, very problematic. And so, if we look at this as a good solution and Miar does his due diligence and there are no issues here, I would still greatly caution that many of our critical incidents downtown have been the result of, in some cases, very conscientious business owners ceding up too much of their control, too much of their space to people who don't have any vested interest. And so that's a caution to you. Obviously, the groups you're talking about, I'm not anticipating UW doctors getting in a shootout, but so that's a watch out.
Could I just interject on that point, please, Jason? Remember I had this conversation with you last week in your office?
Yes.
I gave you the example of the former Kabul restaurant where they had private parties and there was a stabbing. And I told you cannot, I say private party, I mean you are there
I'm
the
gonna
whole
be in the
time.
door. They're gonna
You
be
are there
stabbed
every
in their
minute.
hand.
You
Who's
have
gonna
no
be-
entertainment. You have no entertainment license. There'd be no DJs. Okay. So we had that
so
conversation.
the Alder already hit on it. No entertainment. You got to be on site. We can't go over capacity. Capacity is still in place. 4 a month is reasonable, a reasonable start. And then I think there needs to be some kind of a notice and
to your district.
to myself, to my district command, so that we're aware of it. And frankly, part of it is just so we can check to make sure that you're fulfilling the terms, which makes then me more comfortable to look at giving you more opportunities down the road. So to me, it seems like 72 hours would be reasonable, but I'm open to that. It can't be, I don't want same day, but, I understand you might have 2 weeks for one group and only 2 days for another. So I think there needs to be some set, more is better, but some reasonable number of days notice. Again, I just came up with 3 days. I thought that would be reasonable, but if you got a last minute thing, I'm not going to contact me. But I think the best practice would be some kind of set time interval for notification. And then the other things the Alder have said, I think we've got our bases covered.
Let me ask you a question about your private parties. When someone comes to you for a private party, they're expecting you to have the restaurant open so that you can serve your full menu. You can also have alcohol.
Correct.
And they could stay until sometime past your current closing time. It may not be bar time.
Yep.
It's based on some of the groups you're talking about. They may not
So
be awake at bar time.
11th of October, the second Saturday of October, they're gonna be there at 7, and the request is till 2:30. I told them 1:30. Usually I stop serving alcohol for 15 minutes before.
Okay, but when they book a private party, it's not going to be 60 people standing up drinking, and you're going to walk around with a plate of hors d'oeuvres. It's that they want your restaurant, like it is now,
Yep.
open longer, and they just want to have alcohol.
Correct.
Okay. Because Captain Friedman made an interesting point, and I was going to mention it when I was talking. I would, in a perfect world, I'd prefer to give you expanded hours with the same business model you have now, because I totally agree. A private party, it can that can morph into all kinds of other things. But I see where the votes may be, and this wouldn't be the time to change that. So, but my only comment to you is that a private party, to me, based on what you're saying, is what you currently do now, just until 2 o'clock.
Correct.
It's not a different thing because it's a private party.
Correct.
Okay.
May I
Captain
make
Friedman.
one more request, and this might have already been baked in the cake, but whatever this looks like, I would like a trial period, again, 3 months, 4 months. If everything's going great, then, but do at least, again, be able to bring everybody sort of back in the room and get a reassessment, make sure everything is working as we all envisioned. I would appreciate that, so.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, and I was going to suggest that we do it through the end of the year because we're getting into when people are booking
perfect.
Christmas parties. And if he can't book into December, we haven't really helped him.
That's fine with me.
So, okay. So, Mr. Donnelly.
Who's going to make a motion?
Just in response to the very last thing the chair said, our job is not to help the applicants. Our job is to help the community.
Well, you and I don't need to get into a debate on this, but if every restaurant on State Street was like this, we'd have done a big help to the community. So I think we need to kind of catch our breath and step back and say what's really driving things. And I just think if there's any committee that the city has that's going to be able to pull together the brain trust to be able to come up with something other than our 50-50 right now, which is part of what's causing the problem. This is the group, so we gotta think outside the box. But anyway, Mr. Cano Spina, you're going to make a motion?
No, I was asking if the alder had all.
Okay, who's making the motion?
No, Mike is, he's working on it
Because he's
right
writing
now.
it down. Okay.
We're all staring at him.
If I could, one last question of Captain Friedman. You don't want the Central District to have approval of the private events, it's just notification? So it wouldn't say, the condition wouldn't be with the approval of the Central Police District, it would be notification, 72-hour minimum notification of the Central Police District, and then you work it out privately with MEAR, who he emails or calls.
Yeah, I think maybe I don't want it to be approval. I don't want to be in that business, but, and whether we need to put some verbiage in there saying, we'll consult with, to just have an opportunity for me to get, ask questions, get details. If there are concerns that MEAR might not be aware of with any particular group, we could share them. And I think he would again be diligent in listening. So maybe something that says consult with instead of just notify. But I certainly would not ask for or expect to be given the approval power. Yay or nay. I don't think that's appropriate for me.
So if I could just wordsmith with you aloud here. So rather than say 72-hour notification, you're suggesting simply in consultation with, the keyword's consultation, in consultation with the Central Police District?
At least 72 hours.
Yeah, a 72-hour, advanced 72-hour notification and consultation. Notification of and consultation with the Central Police District. And it would most likely be me or one of my command cadre.
Do you understand what they're...
Why don't you explain to me everything if I didn't understand something? That's why she's here. That's why she's here.
Okay.
She would explain to me the whole things if I didn't understand nothing. But so far, I understand everything.
But again, if we approve this, you'd have to work
Yeah,
privately
I have to work with
and
Mr.
figure out how you would notify.
And I have to let him know 72 hours before
Right.
the
And would you
event.
email or call how you would do that? And, yeah, okay. And if I'm recognized, I would move, well, it's a change of condition, but not what was requested here. So I would move a change of condition that would amend condition number 1 that reads cease alcohol service at 11 p.m. nightly, and then comma, with the exception of up to 4 private events per month with the notification and consultation with, with 72-hour advance, notification, and consultation with the Central Police District.
Second.
Can you repeat that again with the?
So I'm amending condition number 1, so see, with the exception, so in other words, alcohol service ends at 11 PM, with the exception of up to 4 private events per month, with a minimum of 72-hour advance notification and consultation with the Central Police District.
The minimum of 72 hours.
72-hour advance notification and consultation with the Central Police District. And then wouldn't say it, well, maybe it should be a condition on the license, but I was also then to suggest that although MER certainly is no stranger to us and applies to join us every month, the last few months are an indication, but that owing to Captain Friedman's interest that this be a pilot or trial, would request that the license holder appear at the January 2019 ALRC meeting, where we would review all conditions.
You presented your sheet of sales,
Yes.
and Mr. Donnelly pointed out that that didn't have alcohol on it.
Yes, correct.
Is it possible to get that sheet that would show the food and the alcohol?
I'll give you the answer within a minute. Because my wife, she can't do it. I think my wife, she's watching us. Probably she's texting me right now. She said yes or no.
Okay. That would be helpful.
Yeah, no, I'm-
In part to see how
sure,
your private
absolutely.
parties might change the mix of your regular business. So if that's something you could do, it'd be great.
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Any further questions? Okay, we have a,
Can I just get some clarification on that?
I guess there was one.
Yeah. On that, you said the license holders to appear at the January ALRC meeting to review
all conditions.
All conditions, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Including the numbers.
Including that?
Yeah,
Oh, sales.
Yeah, your sales
Yeah,
numbers,
sure, absolutely.
including alcohol. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good luck. Okay.
Yes, she can.
Okay.
Tell her we say hello. Good night.
All right, so that takes us to, where are we here? 29?
Yep, 20 and 30.
29 and 30. Winnebago Arts Cafe, we have John and, you're John?
I'm John, yeah.
Okay. So why don't you speak into the microphone and tell us your name, and then tell us what you want to do.
Okay. My name is John DeHaven, here representing the Winnebago Arts Cafe. We're hoping to open a cafe during the day on Winnebago Street, and then a performance venue at night. And basically, the whole idea behind this place is my brother and I got an inheritance from our mother's passing, and we wanted to do something to benefit the community with that money. And so we're trying to create a space that is inclusive and accessible to all people, and serve fresh and locally sourced food to people, as well as offer a diverse set of programming. From live music to theater and dance and poetry and, everything you can imagine. In addition to that, we hope to solve a few, or at least work to solve a few issues in the industry revolving around payment. We're going to try a tip-free business model, and so we'll pay our employees a $15 wage to start, with the tip, with the gratuity included in the price on the menu. So the $7 price on the menu includes your tip, includes your tax. You don't have any extra add-ons at the end of the check. And that'll give our employees a steady paycheck, because that's one of the things that's troublesome about the service industry. And the service industry is the industry that is taking off right now with technology and with healthcare, as kind of a replacement of manufacturing and things like that. And in addition to that, the restaurant industry is notorious for harassment, for lack of a better word. And so we're building into the system, we're trying to take best HR practices from around the various industries and apply those. So that's a 30-60-90 onboarding. So there's a review and a checklist after a week, after a month, after 2 months, and after 3 months. We'll do an anonymous survey every year to make sure that there's open communication between management and staff, so that staff feel okay to say things, because that's one of the things that's been troublesome in my experience, is that the owner you can't say anything to the owner without getting fired. So we're going to try and solve that. And in addition, we're rehabbing a neighborhood landmark. So this building has been neglected for the last 15 years. There's major foundational issues, major roof issues. It was right on the verge of being a tear down. And we decided to come in and invest some money, and we fixed the foundation, put a new roof on top of it. It should be good for another, 100 years, assuming maintenance stays on track. With the hope of keeping the neighborhood vibe, keeping it small and local. That street and that area is being developed like mad right now, which is great. But there's also a concern in the neighborhood that it's changing very quickly. And so we want to be able to just build something sustainable that will last for a long time.
We didn't start the clock, so you're over your 3 minutes, but that's fine. You didn't mention much about the entertainment license.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things that we're applying for. Yeah.
Yeah. And what are you planning on doing with that?
We're going to be having performances to start off with once a week. In the second month, we plan to up that to 2 times a week. By the third month, we're looking at 3 to 4 times a week. Those performances will be done. Amplification will be done by 11 p.m. And we'll have everybody out the doors by midnight.
Questions of the applicant, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you. What experience do you have personally in the service industry? The way you're talking about it certainly sounds like you've got some.
Yeah, I've worked in the service industry for about 10 years at various restaurants, mostly all front of house, mostly as a server, bartender, a little bit of management experience as well.
Thank you.
Did I see Mr. Kano Spina?
So, thank you. I have a couple of questions about the hours of operation. we got an email and just want to confirm those hours.
Yes. Yeah.
So, opening. Well, I guess opening is not that important. Closing Sunday to Wednesday at 11 p.m.
Yes.
And last call for alcohol 10 p.m.
Yes.
And music ending by 10:30 p.m.
Yes.
And on Thursday to Saturday, what time will be last call?
Last call on music ending an hour before we close, so at 11 p.m.
11 p.m. will be last call Thursday to Saturday.
Yes, Thursday through Saturday. Yeah.
11 p.m.
Yeah.
And the music at 11 p.m. the same thing.
Yeah.
And you will be closing at midnight.
Yes.
And you have food all the time.
Yes.
And you already had the installation of the insulation? Or you will have insulation?
The sound
The
insulation?
sound insulation.
Yeah, so we have done basically like a studio wall on the wall that directly abuts our neighbor Becky, and so it's a soundproof wall that has sound insulation and then a layer of drywall and this stuff they call green glue. That's a sound glue with another layer of drywall. It's what they do in studios.
And that's done?
It's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then for your, so it said something here like, if I can, that you were only gonna start like with one and then maybe move to more. How many times a night are you doing entertainment?
For our first month, just one time a night. And then in December, we're looking at 2 shows a week. And then for January, February, for going into the springtime, we're looking at 3, maybe 4 shows a week. I don't think we want to get, we certainly aren't going to do more than 5 ever.
But that's your goal. Your goal is to be able to have like some entertainment
Most
at least
nights.
4 or 5 nights
Yeah,
a week.
yeah.
So it's kind of like an entertainment place that is not necessarily. Are you thinking like dancing or is more performing place?
Certainly more performing, although, you know, I love the idea of a Latin band coming in and having a dance night with some classes and stuff.
And the capacity is only 99. Like,
Yeah.
how big is like? It doesn't sound like a very big place to me.
The reason the capacity is 99 is because we don't have a fire suppression system.
Oh, okay.
We could, with a fire suppression system, we could fit 250 people in there.
Okay.
So it's actually very spread out. It'll feel kind of like
It's a big place, but because of the fire limitations, your capacity
yeah,
is 99.
yeah. So we'll have tables throughout the dining area. It'll feel like a jazz club sort
Got
of
it.
thing, or a dinner theater.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Donnelly.
Maybe to help make it more clear to the committee, are there any existing, which existing venue in Madison do you think is the best, is the most comparable to what you're going for?
Well, I mean, I think we're doing something that Madison doesn't have, really anything super comparable to. I think we'll be somewhere between a High Noon Saloon and a North Street Cabaret. So it's a really gorgeous stage with 2 wings for theater. So it feels like an old school, like 1920s theater in there with a big domed. It's going to be a really gorgeous listening space. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Alder Revere.
Thank you. At our August meeting, you know, you were on the agenda then and asked for referral because there was a mix-up with the neighborhood meeting.
Yes.
Anyway, my recollection is that at our meeting last month, there were at least 2 residents that had attended the ALRC meeting and
Yes.
registered in opposition, and we explained that we were referring the matter so that there could be the neighborhood meeting, that it was, you know, in the works of being rescheduled. Obviously, it's since occurred. Could you give us your unbiased point of view as to what the reaction of your neighbors has been? I don't believe there's any other registrants tonight.
Yeah, actually, we have one.
There are?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Resident?
Yep.
An adjacent, okay.
In
It's
opposition.
the same individual that was at the last month, and I had a chance to talk with him at that meeting. I'll let him speak.
Okay,
for
well,
himself,
great. I
obviously.
didn't realize, I didn't see any of the registrants in front of the chairperson. So, yeah,
But generally speaking, the
Hear from
response
him.
has been overwhelmingly positive. There are some very legitimate concerns from the neighbors, mainly due to traffic has been the big one, and noise. Although I think after we've explained to folks the lengths that we've gone to isolate the sound inside and our decibel limit, the sound outside of the building won't be any louder than 30 decibels, which is very, very quiet. East Washington Avenue is like 70 decibels or something.
So did Alderperson Rommel share a copy of her email with you?
She did not, no.
Well, I won't read the whole thing. It's only 2 paragraphs as it pertains to your applications, but as it relates to sound, she says, quote, I think there's a little typo here anyway. I think it should be, they have installed sound installation and will establish a 100 decibel limit. Please make these 2 items conditions of the license. And the other one referring to hours of both entertainment and you'd be open as conditions of the license. So this 100 decibel limit
That's inside.
Is inside.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And so because of all the sound isolation work that we've done, it won't be any louder than 30 decibels outside.
And in your conversations at the neighborhood meeting, we've done it, typically we actually don't have any decibel limits as conditions of our licenses here, but we've started to do that a little. Cafe Coda, for example, had added to their license last month the decibel limit, but it was measured by the adjacent residences. At your neighborhood meeting, was there a consensus that you were comfortable with having a decibel limit as conditions of your license and where it would be measured inside versus outside?
I mean, I'm very comfortable with the decibel limit. I don't want to be in a room that's louder than 100 decibels. I think that's plenty loud. Any louder than that, it starts getting painful. If you want to measure a decibel limit, it seems like outside would be the most appropriate place to measure that.
But not 100 decibels outside. So what Alderperson Rummel was referring to is inside the space.
Yeah. And that was something that we had brought up to the neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
That 100 decibel limit because of ear protection and all those things.
And I know the hours question was already asked and answered. I apologize for being redundant, but since if we do grant the license, you do have the statutory right by state law to serve alcohol till bar time. You are saying on the record here that you're agreeing to close by 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday it is?
Yes.
And you want to start the weekend on Thursdays like on campus?
Yeah.
And so you're saying you'd close by midnight Thursday through Saturday?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions of the applicant? I got one for you. There are a number of us on the ARLRC that spent a good deal of time with a establishment over on Williamson Street that kind of started the same way with sound insulation and decibels, and it didn't work out. And it was much louder than people had anticipated. If in Alder Verveer's question, if and to your point, measuring outside is the most appropriate, and if there's some number put in as a condition on the license, and the measurement exceeds that decibel limit, what would you see as the fix?
Probably turning it down.
Well, that would be the normal fix,
Yeah.
but the establishment on Williamson said, well, our patrons will leave if we turn it down.
Okay, well,
So
I don't think that we'll be that type of establishment that needs the music to be at a certain decibel.
Okay.
We're planning a diverse mix of music, but a lot of acoustic. I mean, the loudest thing in there is going to be an indie rock band for the most part.
Okay.
So I don't think that will be an issue for us in a long-term thing. And if it is a situation where we do breach that decibel limit and we need to change our programming, then that's something that I'm more than open to.
If I could I just share with John? Could I just add a footnote
Sure.
to what you said?
Sure.
So just so you know what the chairperson is referring to, it's Plan B, if you hadn't guessed. And we saw them way too frequently and for their own good. And they didn't enjoy being here as often as they had to come. But the neighbors finally had relief once they went to the expense of replacing the roof membrane.
And so
So
that's,
it actually took literally replacing the roof membrane to end the base from leaving the building
Yeah.
and affecting residents that in many cases were 1 block away, but because of the topography, they were directly impacted by the base levels.
Yeah.
So I think what the chairperson is kind of getting at, or if I could ask as a follow-up question of you, when Alderperson Rummel talks about soundproofing and so forth, does that include the roof? And
we just added a roof on top of the existing roof that we're stuffing with insulation as well, which is, I mean, the sound coefficient through the roof is going to be almost non-existent, in addition to increasing our R values and everything like that. So it was a significant investment, but I think it's going to be well worth it in the long run.
Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly.
So I want to put it, people who are going out to a dance club to go dancing want it to be really, really loud. Most people who are going out to listen to music don't have the same bar. They don't want to feel the beat so that they can dance. They want to listen to the music. And if the music is not as loud, their experience is not lessened by that. So I mean, I respect why people are concerned. I'm not really, because if the soundproofing is not good enough, and if they turn it down, they're not going to have patrons complaining and trying to balance that versus neighbors' complaints. The patrons are going to say, you know, whatever.
Other questions of the applicant? Well, we have another person who's registered, so if you wouldn't mind taking a seat, we'll bring that person up, and then if we have other questions, we'll get you back.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Aaron Schmieden? Did I get the last name right?
Smeaton, yes.
Smeaton. I was close.
I was here at the last meeting, and I really appreciate the lengths that Mr. DeHaven has gone to insulate the place for sound. But I know, having lived above a bar, having bounced part-time, that things don't work out like that. I mean, once, you know. And my house, where I live, is the garden apartment right behind it, butted up on the East Wash. And so whatever happens will be literally within, just a few feet of where I sleep. And so our concerns are with the noise level, which I think is largely addressed as much as possible, and the parking situation with a capacity of 99 and a parking lot that holds like 12. That's, and where are they going to park, and so those are my main concerns, really. We already have a problem in our parking lot with people who think they can just drive through when there's a fence and it's obviously closed off, and people think it's the extension of the cross street. And those are my concerns. So if there are any questions.
I have a question for the applicant about the parking.
Okay, well, let's finish with.
One more thing, and I'd be willing to, I'd be willing to soften my opposition if you just kind of bump the weekend ahead to Friday. Just something like that would be really helpful. I work, sometimes 12-day weeks on campus in the summer.
Did you have a question for, Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being so patient. What's the place? Where is it that people are cutting through?
It's, you know where the old Sons of Norway Hall was on Winnebago?
Yeah.
Okay. The apartment building that's parallel to that, on the other side of the block,
On Winnebago or on Wash?
is Washington.
Okay.
Now, there's two, I don't know, 8 units in there. And then there's a 4-unit building next to it. There's a parking lot that serves both the apartments, and it butts up to the fence across, and it's clearly not a through street, but
I see.
because it's adjacent from the cross street,
Mhm.
people think it's a cross street, and they'll go in.
Oh, got it,
And
okay.
so
Is that lot in any way associated with this business?
Well, the business, actually, the back end of the building juts out into the other, across the fence on the property. So, yeah, that is a problem for me. but
I'm just trying to, like, is this the parking lot that people would be officially allowed to park in for this
No.
business? Okay.
My problem is them crossing over parking.
Gotcha.
with
Okay.
12,
So-
yeah, maybe a dozen spots at most. And, most of the parking, if anybody was, if they would be in the neighborhood, would be street parking for the most part.
Got it. Thank you.
Alder Revere.
Thank you. Sir? Sir, could I ask you one more quick question, please? And by the way, thanks so much for your patience being with us all these hours tonight and coming back after last month. I'm intrigued by your request, which sounds very reasonable, of starting the weekend on the actual weekend and not the Thursday, a work night. Was there much discussion? I assumed you attended the neighborhood meeting. Was there much discussion at the neighborhood meeting when the DeHavens presented their idea of the weekend hours beginning on Thursdays? Oh, you weren't at the neighborhood meeting?
Couldn't do it. I had another.
I was just curious if that was requested at the meeting of them or not.
All I heard
You can
was from
obviously
people
ask.
in my building.
Could you say what they generally said?
Yeah, and they all were concerned with parking and noise, essentially.
Mhm.
So that's it. And the Friday weekend starting on Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
That's really all I was asked to.
Communicate, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thanks for being here late.
So let's have the applicant come back up. Mr. Keno Spina.
So my question is related to parking. So how many parking spaces do you have, and what will you envision to help the residents of the neighborhood with that? Because it's a neighborhood that doesn't have a lot of parking around.
Yeah, absolutely. There are 10 stalls, and 1 handicap stall.
Okay.
Which fulfilled our zoning requirement. We were able to get reduction in that requirement because we're participating in bicycle benefits and installing bike racks. And in addition to that, we're offering patrons who come with a bus pass to use that basically as like a coupon, a $2 off coupon for whatever they want. So, I mean, we tried to think of as many ways as we possibly could to like encourage people to get there not with their car, because there isn't a lot of parking there.
Is there parking in the street in front of the business?
There
or
is
no?
some. Yeah, there's some. But it's not, people are going to soon realize that they don't want to drive down there. It's not a good neighborhood to park in already.
So you already put a bicycle rack in
The
it?
bicycle rack is going in. That's a part of our approved plans for the
Going
building permit.
And you're encouraging your employees to bicycle, I'm guessing,
Absolutely.
and
Yeah, yeah,
take the
yeah.
bus, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff. So
absolutely.
the
Yeah,
10
employees
spots will
won't
be
be-
for
yeah.
customers.
Yes, yes, yes.
And then the coupon for bus.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have anything like, discount for using a taxi when people leave, or anything like that?
No, that's a cool idea, though.
What are the companies? Uber or what?
Right.
Lyft is the
That's-
other.
Uber or whatever, you know, a Lyft or whatever,
Yeah.
a deal where people, hey, we give you
Yeah.
$5 for that.
We hadn't thought about that, but I like that idea.
Or the taxi company that is union, whatever.
Mr. Donnelly?
There's a program that I know used to exist that a bunch of bars did called Safe Ride. That would hook
Still
people up with
does.
taxis. Okay.
Yeah.
The drunk driving surcharge actually funds it, state statute.
So that's the thing to look into. What's your bike benefit?
We're not totally decided. I think it's going to rotate a little bit, but it'll probably be like a, $3 thing. Yeah, cup of coffee or, I don't know, PBR.
Other questions? Alder Rivera.
Thank you. So could I ask you to defend your thoughts on the weekend starting on Thursdays, given the request of your neighbor and
Well, so it was,
another, and apparently representing other neighbors that to be able to sleep on work nights?
yeah. It was our most immediate neighbor, Becky, that at the neighborhood meeting requested that we have reduced hours from Sunday to Wednesday. And that sounded fine to us. I think having an extra hour on Thursdays could significantly affect our bottom line. Thursday is generally speaking a night that people go out now, especially young professionals and folks that live in that neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, I feel like with music being done by 11, we're ending pretty early, and I feel like we're doing doing as much as we possibly can for the neighborhood, and yeah, I guess that's my best defense.
I appreciate that. And lastly, our police representative stepped out, but could you articulate, and if you did, I missed it, I'm sorry, but any conversations you had with the police?
Have not had any conversations with the police, no.
You didn't make contact with the police department?
I sent an email months ago.
And you didn't receive a response?
I guess I'm not recalling. Yeah.
Captain Friedman, do you have any information from your colleagues about this? The applicant, I don't know if you heard him when you were walking back into the room, but said he never had a conversation with the MPD.
I know that we were included in the neighborhood meeting that got rescheduled. I'd have to check and see. I know I didn't go to that. In principle, based on the location, I don't have any immediate concerns. I think what I would normally tell an applicant in this case is check with your neighbors, see what the residents say. But typically out in that area, we don't have the same kind of issues we have in the inner central district. So I'd have to check to see if there was any follow-up, but nothing on its face is of great concern.
Thank you.
You mentioned putting that studio wall on one side. Was it the side of the building or the back of the building?
So on the back of the building, we did another isolation wall, just not quite as intense as the one that directly abuts Becky, because she's literally like 5 feet away.
Okay.
So it's still going to give us a significant sound reduction on the back wall.
Okay.
But yeah, just 2 layers of drywall without the heavy insulation behind it.
And insulation in addition to the
We did
drywall?
regular insulation because the sound insulation is very, very expensive. But it's still, I mean, the sound coefficient difference between those 2 walls is negligible. I don't feel like we'll be getting much sound going out back either. It's a double brick construction to start off with. So there's a hard surface with an air gap with another hard surface, which is like sound isolation dream situation.
Well, it sounds like you're doing the right thing with the sound because, as Alder Rivera mentioned, with Plan B, they didn't, and they were kind of forced incrementally to ultimately do it,
Yeah.
and that exhausted a lot of people's patience and a good deal of their money. So I applaud you for looking at up front. The only other question I had is, it's great to encourage people to take the bus and the bike, but if you got 10 spots and plus one handicap stall for your 99 folks, if people don't take your advice and drive down there, what knowing the neighborhood, what's that going to mean for the residents? Is there going to be a lot of street parking spreading out a distance from your establishment?
I don't believe so. One thing that we talked about at the neighborhood meeting that Alder Rommel brought up was the possibility, because parking is difficult in that neighborhood, to do a permitting system like they have at other places around the city, so that residents do get first dibs on the street parking. If it becomes a serious issue, we'll have to talk to the UW Clinic and see if we can rent some stalls from them during the evening. Alder Rommel didn't think that was going to be much of an option, but it's worth a conversation. And, we want to make it as easy and convenient for people to get down there. But we are right on, three major bus lines and a bike path that goes right through the city. So I feel like those are the easiest ways to get there.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Donnelly?
So I think it would be not discomparable to like One Barrel, which doesn't have a parking lot and is a couple of blocks down. And, I think people just know there are parts of town where people assume that they're going to be able to park, and there are parts where people just know they're not.
Further discussion?
Move to approve, if there's a possibility, with the set conditions on time and with the condition. I don't know about the condition of the decibels. I don't think that 100 decibels outside is a good number. I think the applicant said 30. That is extremely low, so I don't know if 45 sounds like a good number. Or should we go with 30, that's the number that the applicant is saying?
It's your motion, man. Don't want to make it, don't make it.
I will say 45. With the approve with the conditions and time that were stipulated already, and 45 decibel limit.
Second.
Mr. Donnelly?
Where would this 45 decibels be measured?
Outside. At
Where, we could walk out the door here and we'd be outside. So at the property line?
At the property line. Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Was that discussed with the neighborhood at all, the decibel thing?
We only talked about interior decibels. I talked about the sound coefficient reduction and everything like that, but we didn't talk about any decibel limits outside at the neighborhood meeting.
Further discussion? Alder Rivera?
I hate to prolong this, but were you stipulating to 30 decibels at the property line? Were you stipulating to 30 decibels at the property line? I know you mentioned 30 earlier.
Yeah, so that, based on, the computer calculations that my brother did, based on all the sound isolation that we've done, the 100 decibels inside would be no more than 30 decibels outside.
Okay. Okay, so you're comfortable
outside the
with
front
30?
door. Yeah.
You'd be comfortable then with 30 at the property line?
I mean, literally, that's the sound of bird call, and it would be a very, I would hate for the calculations to be wrong and for our alcohol license to be at stake because of that.
I see.
So, yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, East Washington Avenue is like 75 decibels
So
on average, and we're a block away from that. So I feel like anything under 75 decibels is, yeah, I'd feel good about that.
So you're okay with 45?
45 sounds good.
And 45 is, I think, 40 times louder than 30, so
Yeah, I think we're probably pretty good.
we're probably good.
I think we've talked this to death, yeah.
Could I suggest a friendly amendment to help Mr. Verbeck out? I see he's typing the motion now, but the way that this, no offense to my good friend Alderperson Rummel, but I think the way it's worded is a little confusing. Could I suggest that the language of the condition on both licenses, by the way, that these conditions shall be on both licenses, that the establishment, that entertainment must end by 10:30 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 11 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. That's condition 1. Condition 2, establishment must close by 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, midnight Thursday through Saturday. And then condition number 3, the sound level must not exceed 45 decibels at the property line.
Mm-hmm.
Is that friendly the way that's
Yes,
worded?
of course.
Thank you. I guess that would help Jim out. It's more straightforward than the way it's worded.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very exciting.
Let me know with their salsa there.
So that takes us to item 32, which is Hungry Badger Cafe. And we have some registrants.
One reg. Not know the name. It's
No name on the registrant. That probably was you? Okay.
My name is Deepak Shrestha,
Okay.
and I'm trying to, along with my wife, I'm trying to open a small restaurant where it is to be former Kabul restaurant. And with the restaurant, we're seeking to serve beer and wine.
Okay.
What we're trying to open is a small restaurant focusing on different types of dumplings and comfort foods.
Questions of the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you. I was just curious, sir, what was your thinking as to not wishing to have a sidewalk cafe? As you know, Kabul had a sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, as you know, the space is upstairs.
Yes, it's a challenge.
And I don't think it'll be kind of a lot of hassle to serve the food
To
downstairs.
Run up and down with
Run
your
up and
staff,
down,
I
and-
understand.
And we're trying to run a small, operation anyway, so.
I get that. And then just to confirm, you obviously heard me talking about you earlier when we had Dubai Restaurant
Yep.
before us, and thanks for your patience being here all night, of course, by the way. So just to review the conditions, because it would be your right by state law to be open till bar time if we grant the license. So you have no objection to stopping all alcohol service at 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday?
Absolutely no.
Okay. And you have no objection to food being available at all times and meeting our legal definition of a restaurant?
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you.
Further questions of the applicant?
Those were just the rules. I just wanted you to have them. It's the conditions.
Yep, I've received that copy of that email, so I have no problem with that one.
Mr. Grady?
I'd like to make a motion if that's possible.
Yeah, well, there's no one in the queue.
Yeah, that the conditions that Mr. Bevere noted.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the license with the conditions that Alder Rivera articulated. Any further discussion? You have those?
They're in the email, the three conditions in the email.
Yeah, that's fine.
You got them? Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, sirs.
Thank you. Good luck.
We
very
haven't
much.
voted
We
yet.
didn't vote
We
yet.
should vote.
But good luck.
We're about ready to do that. Okay. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now you can go.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thanks.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Okay, that takes us then to item 35. Disciplinary matter, ALRC demerit point determination, East Washington Liquor, Inc., doing business as Rocky's Liquor West. And we have two registrants.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello,
Garut,
Manpreet
Garut.
Guman and my wife Gurpreet Guman from East Washington Liquor Inc., DBA Rockies Liquor West.
Excellent. Assistant City Attorney Zilloway.
This was a stipulated settlement to the municipal court prosecution in which there were 21 counts in the complaint, all resulting from New Year's Eve. The establishment was open after 9 p.m. and selling alcohol after 9 p.m. And after watching the video and seeing the individuals inside of the establishment, I drafted the complaint based on the number of individuals I saw inside and those purchasing alcohol. She ended up pleading to count 1 and count 7 and agreed to pay a forfeiture of $2,581 and has in fact paid that forfeiture. She also agreed to basically a 2-day Friday or Saturday suspension with one of those days held in abeyance for 120 days. In terms of the points, the maximum demerit points based on Rocky's plea to the 2 counts is 50. Each count is a 50-point violation, but since it all happened on the same day, only one demerit point assessment is permissible.
250 is where you lose your license. 150.
And I think the committee remembers that Rockies West was here last October for another disciplinary action, and at that time the committee imposed 150 points. And the points stay or count against the establishment for a year from the date of violation. And the date of violation on the 2017 action was February 20th, 2017. So at the time of the current violation, they had 150 points against their license. And these are the only 2 municipal court prosecutions that have been filed against Rockies West.
Questions of Assistant City Attorney Zilloway?
What do we do with this?
Well, since it's stipulated,
No.
The ordinance requires we act.
well, that's true.
I'm asking.
That's true, but I mean, you've already negotiated everything.
This is what we had agreed to in the course of our negotiation.
Okay.
It comes to you for acceptance of
Okay.
that or not. And then you would have to determine the day of the suspension. we agreed that it would be a Friday or Saturday, but the committee would determine the actual day that the suspension would happen. And then in terms of whether or not you want to assess additional demerit points.
Okay, so we've got three things to decide on. The date, the demerit points.
150.
Mr. Donnelly?
I might be remembering this wrong. I thought that the number of points that you calculated was the maximum and default that we could assess, but that we could lower the number if we wanted.
Or you could not assess any points if you so choose.
Or not do any. But I don't think we have the option
No,
to
no, no, no,
increase
no.
it.
And that's not what I meant if that's what I said.
Just
Sorry.
making sure. All right. Well, I'll start with, let's work on the day first. Do you have a day that you would prefer that it happen?
Saturday, fine. Can I please say something about what happened that day?
That's not what we were asking about. You've
Okay.
made an agreement with the city
Okay,
attorney's office.
Saturday be fine.
Well, which Saturday?
This coming up Saturday. We like to get it over.
Our business is on sale. We want to get done
We're
with it.
selling it.
Yeah.
That neighborhood doesn't like us.
Yeah.
That's why we're just getting out of there. We
Yeah.
got it on sale. Soon as it sells, we're out of it.
So
We wanna get done with
So
it, yeah.
this Saturday would be
Be
a
nice
day
to
that
get
you
it
would be,
done.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Seems reasonable to me.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Do we make a motion?
Yeah, so somebody said three things, so we've got to figure out the number of points, the date for the,
Well, I was going after Assistant City Attorney Zillove. You were mentioning three things the committee had to do. One was pick the date, one was the demerit points, and
Another one.
the other one, I think, was the date of the violation. Well,
Oh, whether you accept it, so it was whether you accept the 2-day suspension agreement stipulation between the two
Okay.
of us. Whether you're going to assess any demerit points.
and then you were going to hold one day in abeyance.
Oh,
So-
and then you had to pick the
So we
day
had
of
to
the
pick the day,
suspension.
and
Right.
so we just did that.
Right.
Which is this Saturday.
Right.
So the second thing is the
This Saturday.
demerit points, and then the third is whether we're going to accept your basic recommendation after negotiating with the client.
Right, well, that
or
would
the
probably be the
applicant.
starting point.
Yep. Mr. Kano Spina.
So for the sake of the discussion, I will think that I defer to the judgment and the knowledge of the city attorney on doing a plea bargain or an agreement in court. So I don't want to second guess the city attorney or our attorney on that. So I would encourage the other members to agree to that. The other thing is just a question, are you recommending us to give them the 50 points, the motion, or you don't make a recommendation on that fact?
I'm not making a recommendation.
You're not making a recommendation? Okay. Is there a point to make the 50 points, the motion, as like a message to other businesses that we take these things seriously and that they count and we need to have, the people need to make responsibilities, or is there a reason to do those 50 points?
Mr. Donnelly has a question. Does it relate to this?
It is some highly relevant information. So if an establishment gets between 150 and 250 demerit points within a 12-month period, suspension, the license has to be suspended for not less than it should be fewer, but not fewer than 10 days nor more than 90 days. So if we assess any points at all, we're going to have a minimum of a 10-day suspension.
It was, what was the threshold again? It was more than 150, but less than 250?
Right. 250 is revocation.
Okay. And 150 is already in the queue from the previous.
So, okay, Assistant City Attorney Zillevy, you felt that a 2-day suspension with 1 day held in abeyance was appropriate given the circumstances. Given the previous offenses, do you stand by that as appropriate and fair given the situation?
I do, and so this event was a one-night event, and there's been nothing since then. The cluster of incidents that happened in the first prosecution were January, February, March, and then nothing since then. So it hasn't been a pattern
So this
of
barely
repeated-
squeaked in the 12-month
Right.
window also?
Right.
Okay. I've got a motion. Okay, so I move that we accept the stipulated agreement from the City Attorney's Office that the 1-day suspension be this coming Saturday, September 29th, and that we assess 0 points for this offense.
Okay.
Okay,
Motion and a
to
second.
speak to that, I was heavily involved in making this legislation. The reason for having the point system that works the way it works was to make the ALRC an effective part of the enforcement system. Part of that is just getting license holders in here so that we can have a conversation and talk to them. And I guess if things get bad, so that at the point when the city attorney's office wants to push for revocation, that it's generally not a surprise to us. Usually it's somebody who's already been in here before. So the intent of this system is not to tie our hands and not to force us to hit somebody harder than is necessary.
Further discussion on the motion?
I have a question for Attorney Brister, Attorney Zillevy. So this is a recommendation of the Common Council to do this action. What does that mean with the suspension being this Saturday, but the action not going to council until mid-October?
That's a good point.
Oh. Has to be after their council meeting.
I think it probably does. Can you think of any way we can get around that?
I know that it's happened before, where,
Well, I guess if we're not gonna give it back to them. We can't possibly give it back to them. They agreed to do it voluntarily before the council acts. I suppose we can argue that.
That they've already done that, in essence, voluntarily.
Right, and prior
Okay.
to the council's action.
Would it be sort of like if somebody is sitting in jail waiting for trial and ends up getting credit for time served?
I guess if as long as we verify that they were closed on Saturday, the 29th, I suppose we can go ahead and say they've already
I mean,
credit for that.
people don't usually say, yes, let me do this as soon as possible. Usually they're trying to stall.
The other thing we're not likely to see here is going to the council to see the licensee appear before the council and say, they didn't agree to that.
Sure, because at the time of the council meeting, they'll say, we already did it, all set.
Yeah. I guess if the council were to turn this down for some reason, there'd be an interesting question because they've already served their time.
and in their interest of wanting to get it over with, it could have been the July meeting, but I was out of town for the July meeting. It could have been the August meeting, but I was out of town for the August meeting, so it got deferred to this meeting.
Mr. Kano Espina.
You want to do this as soon as possible, correct?
We would like to because we have our business on sale and we don't want it. We want all the problems to be over with so we can able to sell it to the new owner.
I think in this case, it will be beneficial for everybody.
I think we're good.
Okay, so we'll leave the motion the way it is. Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
great, thank you.
Can I please say something? I grew up in Jefferson County, lived there for 15 years. My parents had a liquor store there. Walmart put us out, okay? And then far as I lived in Jefferson County, I thought the law was, long as you have people inside your store before 9, you have the right to serve them. I did not knew that I can't even sell anybody over, not even second over 9. We had no attention whatsoever breaking this law if we would have knew
Those
about it.
people were already in, doors
In
were
store,
locked.
we locked the doors, and in my,
Because of the holiday.
because it was
It-
New
it-
Year,
it-
we
ex-
had 3
We
more
just
times.
want to clarify, we did not intend it to
Intend to
do
break any
anything
laws or
wrong.
regulations.
It just happened.
I think we understand
You've
that.
got a pattern of months and months of not doing anything wrong. It's
Yeah.
not like you would decide all of a sudden to do something in one night.
It
That-
was
that's-
holiday day. My husband did
that-
not even grab the bottle for himself to celebrate at home.
I mean,
Our intention was
note
not
that,
to do
like,
anything.
we gave you the date you wanted, and we didn't do any additional points. I think that,
We
that
just
shows
wanted to
that.
clarify to you.
Okay,
Yes. Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, takes us to item 36. LRC demerit point determination for the Red Shed. And we have Jeff.
No, I thought he was going to try and pronounce my last name.
Yeah, I was gonna let you do that.
I saw the
So
hesitation.
you've got the mic, so introduce yourself. And Jennifer?
Well, I guess this is time served since he's been here since.
Huh?
Yeah, yes, yeah, he's the last one.
I'm sorry because
By the
it's-
way, I promised Jeff before the meeting started that we were going to move this item up because I was told by Attorney Briss that he was only here for 2 items, so we would move them up for him. And Jeff's response was, "Oh, good, because the Brewers,
Yeah.
are going to clinch the playoffs tonight."
You know, and you also told
and they
me
did,
that-
obviously, as you know, sitting back there.
You also told me when I came for the bathroom expansion plans that time that it was just going to be on the
consent agenda?
Yeah.
It was before the police
So,
objected.
we're batting 1,000, Mike. I am Jeff Misey from the Red Shed, by the way.
Well, good evening, Jeff. Thank you for your patience. So we'll turn it over to Assistant City Attorney Zelevate.
This was also a complaint based on an occurrence on one evening, January 19th, 2018. And there were many people in the Red Shed after closing time, consuming alcohol. And when the police went in, they estimated, I think, 25 to 30 people on site at that time. They observed alcohol on the bar, and I think in the hands of some people. And I ended up charging 20 counts since they didn't individually identify every single person who was in there. So I charged 20 counts of persons being on the premises after hours. He pled to counts 1 through 5 and agreed to pay a forfeiture of $1,950. He did, in fact, pay the forfeiture. We didn't have any agreement in terms of demerit point assessment. The maximum that could be assessed is 50 points for the same reason that all the accounts that he pled to were from the same night, so only 1 point, demerit point assessment can be assessed against him. He's had prior disciplinary actions in 2006, 2007, and 2008. But this was the first, well, in 10 years then. Pardon?
Yeah, I was gonna say in a decade.
Mhm. And he's been extremely cooperative with the city in terms of trying to address issues in that 600 block of University Avenue. He's willingly come to the table. He has implemented some things on his own. He's done things that we have asked of him. So he's been very cooperative overall.
Mr. Kano Spina.
Can I make a motion?
Second.
I've got it.
I think Mr. Donnelly may have had a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Donnelly.
Go ahead.
What happened on January 19th?
Gentleman in charge, who is no longer with me, says he lost track of time, but I'm always willing to give people a second chance, and he's no longer with me. So I don't think he lost track of time.
Sure. I mean, I haven't been in the Red Shed recently, but most bars have a few clocks around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, unlike the previous action, the only decision the committee will have to make is to accept your recommendation, and that recommendation did not have any demerit points associated with it.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
50.
50. But we can decide to do 0 or 10 or
Okay.
whatever.
Well,
I mean, really, my presentation is, this is what was prosecuted, this is what we settled in court, and now it's in front of you exclusively for whether or not you want to assess points.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
So for between 50 and 150 demerit points, what somebody has to do is come before ALRC, which he has done right now, so check. So I move that we accept the stipulated agreement and assess 50 points.
That was my motion. Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we have two other items. Recent calls for service. Captain Friedman, you have anything you want to offer on your
There are a lot.
reports?
Like I read through it.
Yes.
I don't need to talk about it here.
Nothing, but if there are questions, I will try to answer.
Any questions? Seeing none, and Mr. Verbic.
Nothing to add.
Any questions on Mr. Verbic's report?
Can I ask Jim quickly? There are several establishments on your list that I guess you generated last week that
Yep.
have already opened, some that are very high profile.
Yep.
I
Sylvia's
presume
one
that,
of
I
them.
presume that this is a bit dated then?
It's a little, it was done, I think, with the dates on there.
In September 20th?
Yeah.
So the Sylvie is good to go with their grand
Yeah,
opening tomorrow?
they got the last grandfather
They have
license that we had
everything
available,
done.
yeah.
They didn't have to pay $10,000?
No, they didn't.
What lucky ducks.
So unless
Wow.
we have any licenses surrendered, everybody is,
There will be one because Kabul is still sitting on theirs because they never actually surrendered theirs, even though they're not in business. But we can't take it without a revocation. So when Hungry Badger goes in there, 2 licenses can't control the same premise. So then it will just be fit back in. So one will come back.
okay.
I
So
mean-
we got one to go before the $10,000 kicks in.
Well, it fluctuates every month. It really
Well,
depends, especially at
right
renewal
now
time.
we do.
At
Yeah,
renewal
renewal time
time
we'll
is
get it,
when
yeah.
you really get
Right,
some
okay.
back. And Cafe Coda, they have everything taken care of?
Yep,
as well?
Cafe Coda got theirs as well.
And Ancora Coffee on King Street? And places.
Ancora, I believe, is still missing an inspection.
Can you follow up with that? Because I
will.
worked
It's
with
building
building
inspection. Yep, and I.
And they got a certificate of occupancy from BI, so I don't know why
and
it's on here.
I did contact her, said she was having trouble getting in contact with someone from BI. I sent an email. I've not gotten any contact from BI, so.
Can you send it to me then, and I'll figure it out?
Sure.
Please.
Yep, I can do that.
And then the other ones that Hilldale, Bartaco, they were just here tonight for their entity reorganization.
Yeah, they were. I don't think they've been issued yet.
So for the entity reorganization, it's not a new license. Why do they have to go through all this? I thought she said that they've been open. Well, anyway, I don't mean to take up the committee's time with these. If you could check on that one too at Hilldale.
Any other questions for Mr. Verbeek? Hearing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
We do. Do we have a second?
Second.
We do. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.